Sam.
I will show you. It's so
That
funny.
was one of the stickers.
Right. I think we're good to go. Okay.
Just, I need to align the camera a little bit.
Yeah, just while you do that, let me get everyone introduced.
There's a little gun.
Okay.
There you go.
Camera good?
And up you go.
Hello.
There we go.
Yes,
Technical
where's the
stuff,
sticker?
but we'll
see
get
my
it
head.
sorted. Okay.
I'll send you one now.
That's cool. All right. Welcome, everyone, back to Lords of Magic.
Where's our
the
characters?
D&D campaign that's been specifically homebrewed for these particular individuals. And yeah, it's been a long 2 months, but we are back with episode 6, and we're going to do a quick recap, just a couple of things before we start. First of all, this episode is dedicated to our lovely dwarf's grandma. Ryan, all the love.
Thanks,
Much
appreciated.
Much
Sorry
appreciated that you can make it
for
here.
the delay.
No.
Life
No.
happens, unfortunately, and my grandma Net has left us, but that's okay. Life goes on.
She's here at the table and she's going to bless your dice today.
Oh, hopefully.
Oh, I hope she blesses
Or
his
she's going to have a
dice.
giggle. one of the
She
one
will.
of the two. So we are
Or she's
back.
going to make your character join her.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's dark.
Oh no.
That's dark.
No.
Alright, chat. First of all, a couple of things. Let us know if there are any audio issues. We will try and get all of that sorted. Please note, if the stream does suddenly die, we are on inverters, but load shedding is something that we have to work around, and unfortunately, no natural 20 will sort that out for now. Alright.
Damn.
Other things that we are sorting out this year. Later this year, we are going to get our minis officially done. I've got all of the drawings, I've got all of everything. Just need the funding, and then after that, everyone's minis will be finally on the board. And we are working close with Brink Designs to design a new DM board, a couple of plans, a couple of things. So look out for that. Other than that, I'd like my players to just reintroduce themselves for those that are new to the
You can
stream.
reintroduce
What was
us.
that again?
You can do that.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yeah, you should be
You
able
do
to do
it.
that.
I should, but I'm going to let you do it.
Yeah, you do it.
It's your spirit animal.
Let's put you to the
Is you
test.
familiar?
Yeah.
Do you want to continue this campaign? Right, so we'll start from the left and we'll go around the table.
What?
Left, right? I am
Left.
Urak. I am the dwarven barbarian of the group. Hard fighter, hard drinker, and I'm having a lot of fun with these weird people I picked up. And the strange thing, I don't really know. Let's find out what they did to my boy Zorbert.
I'm doing a simple thing.
Nah.
I was asleep, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me either.
I was drunk. One of the two.
So, Zaleria, Dragonborn, very squishy. There's no hope.
Glass cannon. Glass cannon.
That's why I carry around with me a healer.
I am Fina, the tiefling cleric who decides she wants to be a little funny. I'll play with Lift Broom again, but he's not there anymore.
I'm Nadara. I'm a variant human monk. Very, very pleasant. I talk to a lot of people all the time. Yeah, no, I don't. I sit in the corner and don't talk to anybody.
Not.
Oh dear.
Ta-ta, you're next.
Okay, I'm James Gallen. I am, as far as they know, a human, but I'm actually a changeling warlock. So,
Spoilers.
yeah. So, I seem to be a good guy, but I'm really not. So.
Spoilers.
Uh-oh.
I'm Yadnor, Eladrin. I like fighting, I like blood, I like cutting myself. Pretty much. And the emo part of that sometimes comes with the cutting yourself, so it kind of makes sense.
Oh my.
You did this to yourself.
I did do this to myself. I did. I should have introduced you. Welcome everyone. My name is Rusty Pie-Lover, ginger streamer, professional high-pitch screamer, DM extraordinaire. I think we're just checking out some audio issues. So, welcome back everyone to Lords of Magic. And we are going to start off with the recap once all the audio issues are sorted. Chat, if you could at all, please go check out on Twitter the going live tweet. Go boost that out, retweet, share, do the thing that we need to do. Yeah, we're just readjusting microphones. We're just readjusting some microphones.
I mean, I can talk louder if you guys want. It's muted. I can talk a lot louder. No, I'm joking.
You're gonna have to come right over here, baby. You're gonna have to come right over here. Oh dear. Okay. Chat, keep us humble, keep us posted. Also, please note this is purely homebrew, so some of the rules will apply, some of the rules won't apply. It'll depend on how we do the situation. This is mostly 5e. I've not read most of one DND. I think that's what it's called, or DND 6, DND 1. So we will be playing 5e rules for the most part. And with that being said, if everybody is ready, are we ready to continue with our campaign, ladies, gentlemen, and alike?
Boy.
Maybe.
Okay, cool.
Please don't start with me.
Okay, so
No.
We do have a long rest though because I need to mark a few things off. Because the last time we went to
yeah, but we're not at long rest right yet. We're not at long rest right yet. All right.
It's balanced now.
If everybody is ready, let's get back into it. It's been a long 2 months, so we're probably going to be taking a little bit of time to go through everything again. At the end of the session, the players have already leveled 3, but they will apply everything at the end of the session. Yeah, you guys are level 3 now. You guys made level 3.
I didn't do anything.
No, we will
either.
level up at the end of
You
the
said at
session.
the end.
We will level up at the end of the session, but you guys are now level 3.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm level 2 weekly.
There won't
But
be
that means I can't use my level 3 stuff until the end of the session.
Yeah.
So we're only getting level 3 at the end of the session.
this for this particular session. There's no fighting. There's you
Says
will
who?
see
I have things outside of fighting
that you want to. Yeah.
Have something to
That's
say.
why I use those or not.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay,
I opened
because
it up
that's
and then
my
it
Yeah.
was snow.
Yes.
with the effect of
Yeah,
it.
mine's also snowy.
Yeah.
Mine's not snowing. I'm on the desktop.
What's
It's snowing.
It's snowing.
It's snowing.
It is snowing.
I don't have any snow, and I'm the DM. What cock is this?
Because you're on your desktop.
It's on D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
Oh.
I am on D&D Beyond.
No.
On your
the
phone.
You need to open it on your phone.
Sucker.
Computers are
All of you roll a death save right now. All right. Back to it. All right. So we're going to be going for 4 hours today with a half an hour break, a 15-minute, half an hour break in between. And yeah, sit back, relax, grab some drinks, get your coffee, get everything ready. Welcome to Lords of Magic.
Okay, we went there all different.
So previously where we last left off, our intrepid group of adventurers, made up of pretty colorful, weirdly dressed individuals, met in the Yawning Portal Tavern together under rather strange circumstances. Parchment of paper with a particular incantation or picture inscription, however you want to put it. Upon that, you guys fought a troll that looked like it was on its last legs, kind of almost zombified in a way, flesh falling off the bone. Through a couple of quick wits, Nadara, the human monk, thrust her fist through the heart, and the troll was dealt with. And through a couple of adventures together, they managed to secure themselves a tavern as payment, which was not the agreed form of payment, but nonetheless, they got themselves a tavern. Pleased, the spiritual entity that resided in the tavern managed to get themselves a barkeep, a couple of bouncers, and someone to clean the docile for them. Upon that, they were tasked by Vajra, one of the Grey Hand, to find a monk hidden deep within a cave called Hlam. Going into the cave, as Liadnor and James knew the place pretty well, had never explored the caves themselves, but they knew where to find it. The party then went into the cave, and upon inspecting a door, James noticed that the darkness he could not see through was indeed a trap. bit of a scuffle, not too many things going wrong. The party swiftly dealt with the problematic issues at hand and were told they were tested as something more sinister has been plaguing the city of Waterdeep, other than the current rabble between the Xanathar and the Zentarum. Upon further inspection, as the party had gone, they noticed on their hands they have a black shaped or obsidian shaped or whatever color you want to call it diamond on all their hands. Through a bit of, one would say, tactics of carving flesh out of hands, they discovered that this was indeed magical beyond any of their recollection or abilities to remove. And they were told at the end of their mission that all of them would receive training in their own separate ways. The party then went back to the tavern where they went to bed, and upon waking up, Nadara sees all of her friends encased, pierced through the heart by bone, and a single tear falls down her face. And that is where we left off.
You six. You know what I'm saying, but I'm not gonna say it.
Nadara, you hear the entity speak to you in this guttural voice, but you almost recognize the voice. You almost recognize it. It sounds a mixture of something demonic, something very dark, but very reminiscent of your trainer. And the voice speaks to you and says, "It's all your fault."
Nice.
Upon that, you awake in a cold sweat. The night is yours.
Tequila!
Never drinking again. Where do I wake up?
You wake up in your room.
In my room.
In your room.
Okay. I'm immediately going to go outside and just see what's going on.
Okay. You're going outside.
Out of my room.
Out of your room. Out of your room. Make
Put
a
your head in a
perception.
big bucket
Make a
of cold
perception
water
check
to
for me.
wake
Are you
up.
actively looking for something,
Yeah,
or
I'm
you're just
out.
looking around?
Looking for anything bad, because
Okay.
I just saw people get societyed. I see nothing.
How much was that?
2.
Ooh.
That's
Oh.
without adding
The-
anything.
The shock of what you just went through, you still feel your
5
body.
technically, but still.
Well, 5 is better than 2, but
That was a natural
the
tear.
pure shock that sits currently in your system, it's a feeling that you're not familiar with. This is fear. This is something that you are not. In all your years of training, you've been taught to face every challenge head on, stoic, rock-hearted. You look at your hands and they start shaking. This is something that you are not comfortable with at all. You look around, you don't see anything. It's a bit dark. A couple of lights here and there. Most of the doors are closed.
Do I get an idea of what time it is?
You hear the sound of a saw going through wood, and you don't understand why.
Where is this coming from?
It's coming 2 doors down from you.
I was very confused for a second and then I realized.
This is coming 2 doors down from you.
Practicing my woodwork in my sleep.
Hold on a minute. Weren't we at his house?
No, we're at a
Nope.
No, we all went to the tavern.
Tavern. Okay.
I'm gonna go downstairs and just.
He's not there.
I went to my
He went to his house.
I'll go downstairs. Though, 'cause
Go
we're on
downstairs.
the second floor. Right.
Yeah, you're on the second
Go
floor.
down. I'll just
You
go
go downstairs. Still, it's not that dark. So I would say it's around 10, 11 o'clock. It's been an early night for you guys. You guys know you have training the next mornings and early night sleep. And you just see barkeep, whose name I can't remember, just cleaning up. Bouncers are still outside. You see a couple of people sitting there enjoying some drinks. from the local family that you guys have helped out with. They're just sitting there relaxing. They kind of give you an acknowledging nod as you're part of the owners. They kind of recognize you, and you see this is part of the local community. And, you know, as you guys walk through, just random citizens just greeting. No one significant that you can see, but
everyone
it's just
looks
like a
fine.
couple of people, couple of empty tables. Barkeep's busy cleaning up.
I'm not gonna say hello to anyone. I'm just gonna go back to my room and I'm gonna meditate.
You walk downstairs, you turn around, and you go back up,
Right.
and everyone's like,
Very bizarre behavior, understandably, but that's what's gonna happen.
barkeep just like,
Okay.
okay.
Just keeping you guys in check, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna go meditate in my room.
Go back and
That's
meditate?
Not okay. Before I go to my room,
Before you go to your room,
I'm
yeah?
gonna like this door that's coming. That's
Alright.
you know, cutting some wood. I'm just gonna shut up, and then go back to my room.
Okay. I wanna do this. Okay. Make a strength check for me, please.
You're strong enough to make me help.
Make a strength check for
I'm
me.
sure it's fine.
No, it's just
Not so weak. It's fine. Shit.
I mean, she's so strong.
Very compact package, that monk.
It's fine. It's only a 12, so it's fine.
12's enough. 12's
No,
enough.
it's not.
12 is enough. You start banging on the door. You're like, shut up, and then there's your hand through the door. You guys haven't gotten to the point of maintaining the doors for the rooms and things like that. So you kind of you put your hand through. Zorbrek, you
Fucking hand! Where are we being attacked? Oh.
And then before I go back, I'm just gonna pull my fist out of the door, and I'm going to be like, nice beard, and go to my room.
Johnny's here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna come back and be like, you should get that checked out.
My beard.
Yeah, you should get your beard checked out.
The fuck?
And then I'm gonna go back to meditate.
Fuck is she? Fuck. Humans.
goes back to bed.
That's not normal human shit right there.
Leandro, rest does also not come easy to you. You find yourself tossing and turning in bed, still thinking about what happened in your house earlier. That specific crack. It plagues on you. It sits on you. You start getting memories of your parents, what you've been taught, trying to find something through that tutelage to try and explain what's going on. And you're very well attuned to the feelings of your house, and you communicate, and you don't sense anything that the Fae tells you that is wrong. You just know something is wrong, and rest is not easy for you. You do get some sleep. All of you have a long rest, so if you have any HP to heal it up.
Please.
You do have a long rest, but rest does not come easy for you or Nadara.
So that puts me on level 3 then, technically.
Yes.
Okay. So that you're aware, I've chosen the Order of the Ghost.
Yes.
Just to
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
This gives me light on my weapons for people that don't
Yes.
have.
Yes.
So that's why I was asking, even if we don't fight, that might come.
Yeah,
into play.
that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone want to do anything else? Are we moving to the next morning?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Before I break another door, please.
Morning awakes. You all find comfort in your somewhat comfortable beds. They're sleepable. You smell the sound. You smell the sound.
Smell the sound.
I smell the sound.
I smell color.
Rusty,
It's been a while.
23.
It's been a while. You smell the sound. The smell of bacon, eggs, standard, nice breakfast awakens you. You're still at your house. This will be a different thing for you. You guys all go downstairs. You two, because you're across from Zorbek's room, you notice the hole in the door.
Do we know what happened? Why is there a hole in the door?
She don't know. She's on the furthest room.
Oh, is she not with me?
Mm-mm.
Oh, do we not have...
He don't. James, do you pay attention, or did you just go down? Okay, James just goes down. He doesn't see because of your passive perception. That's why I'm doing this. Because of your passive perception, you would have seen that. You are too far away to see the hole in the door. Zorbek, you do have a hangover.
Oh, what did I do last night? Good God. Obviously, I don't remember it well.
Obviously not.
Oh boy.
Awesome reality and sticking blend into each other. You don't remember them both.
So, you guys all move downstairs.
Play it as it is.
Zorbek, there's a couple of people in the tavern. They are sitting, they're watching, they're looking at what's going on. And you notice more people are looking at you than usual. Even your party. And I need you to make a deception roll for me because you are smiling from ear to ear. And it is very suspicious. I need you to roll an insight check for me versus her deception. Roll for me an insight.
And I'm just sitting looking at him with
How much?
big dragon teeth.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Welcome to 2023.
No, Jack, shit!
And I got 11.
Okay, for you, she's just smiling. She's just smiling. She's had a good night's rest. She's ready for the day. She looks like she's ready for training. You know exactly why she's smiling. You two also know exactly why she's smiling.
What did I do last night?
Wasn't I busy kicking people down?
You've noticed his beard by now.
Well,
By now,
I don't know.
by now, all of you have
Looking
seen it.
at me.
Yeah, I've seen it when I
I'm
punched
like,
his
look
door.
at you. I was like,
When I punched his door would have been the first time I saw that.
Look.
yeah.
Fuck you talking. How do I...
I knew you're keen for new things, friend, but
I
this
said you
keen.
need to get your beard checked out.
What the... What happened to my beard?
And I'm sitting there with this bacon drooling out of my mouth and this big
We're in
teeth
this
smile.
So,
I go in front of him, I press the dissertation, I make a minor illusion, a small little face, and I show you what you look like. And
your beard is bright pink. From mustache to sideburns to every single strand of hair, and somehow your eyebrows got caught too.
Whoa!
You have a bright
Killing me.
pink beard and a bright pink eyebrows.
Do you remember that photo that is sent on the group?
It's
That's
the
fine.
first session of 2023.
First session.
That's okay.
What happened?
So just
Under my foot. Okay.
Oh,
just
okay.
just as a recap, everyone, Zorbrek now has pink eyebrows and a bright pink beard.
Big bushy pink beard.
That's why I sent the
A
photo.
manly, bushy pig beard.
Now you understand why I sent the photo.
Ding, ding, ding.
What happened? I mean, no. And I'm kind of like bending back here.
You see a bright pink beard.
How'd I do that? What happened?
Now, if you were here, I know exactly what you were gonna say.
Please run from
I know
your house.
exactly what you were gonna say.
Does it at least look good? I mean, I don't know.
It brings the feminine side out of you.
Well, I guess.
You definitely stand out in a different way now.
Much better now.
Better?
Stand out better.
Oh, good.
They'll see you coming from a mile away.
You'll just have
Is
to
that
be
a good
lost
thing?
when we go in.
Probably.
Note to oneself: don't drink too much.
You could be a really good
I can make
distraction.
a lot of money betting. I'm not there, but I can make a lot of money betting on him with fight because people are going to
Okay.
underestimate him
It's a
now.
strange tactic that you've come up with.
No, I only saw it this morning.
It wasn't me.
What happened?
Wasn't-
I'll go
wasn't-
ask
it
her.
wasn't me
He'll know.
either.
I head straight to the barkeep. Dunham! The hell happened to me?
You remembered.
Oh,
Nice beard.
I see that you didn't know either.
Can I help you?
I don't know. I don't know if I want help yet.
It's a little bit early for ale, and I think. What happened?
I don't know. I think I had too much to drink last night. Aye.
Did you find a wonderful fairy gland that did this to you, or
No, I don't think so.
was it?
Last thing I remember was we came home,
I can't do it.
we rested, it must have happened last night.
Yeah.
Good God. Do you think it's magical? It's so pink.
Yes. Can I?
I think I need a stiff drink. You're right, it's too early for ale.
It's a bit early for whiskey too. We haven't restocked as of yet. We've had actually a pretty decent night. Oh dear.
Tell him.
Oh no.
Oh no, he's not. He's not there. He's left the table. He's nowhere near. He's nowhere near. I've got strong windmill juice,
Sure.
and he
Apparently I'm into trying new things
he
now.
he brings this jug. It's water. It's water, but it's great windmill juice. It's great windmill juice.
Great water.
It's great. It's great windmill juice. You feel refreshed. You feel great.
I
You know?
returned
You
back
feel
to the table.
okay.
More disappointed about the fact that I'm drinking water than the fact that my beard is pink.
All right. You guys see him come back. By this time, are you coming back to the tavern?
I probably, when I would have woken up, would have felt a few weird things happening to me overnight, as you explained. Not really knowing what's going on, kind of like going through a second puberty, I guess. I just decided to say, okay, and I start heading back towards the tavern. Lock up. I actually just want to check if the house is still doing okay. If there's any cracks, anything weird
do
happening.
a investigation check for me because you're actively looking for cracks.
Yeah.
You're not just scanning through.
Okay.
Unless you just want to scan through. It's up to you.
I'm actively looking.
Okay. I will give you advantage on this because you know your house fairly up and down. You know the corners of it, so I'll give you advantage on
Faking
this.
and undead, I get advantage.
It is. That's why I'm giving you advantage because it is Fae.
10 on the first.
Oh, near.
11 on the second plus. Investigation. I get a plus 2. Okay, so 13.
The events of the previous night still kind of sit with you. These last few weeks, things have been happening that you are not used to. You're not afraid, but this is a sense that you don't like. And you and James seem to get the same feeling. And you know, if James feels uneasy, then you feel uneasy and vice versa. And the fact that you struggle to maintain your form in this particular time period is still weighing on you.
Puberty, like I said.
Exactly. So, you scan the house, nothing comes to your eyes, you just see everything seems to be fine, but you still feel quite uneasy. It still feels like there's this dark cloud just looming. But you lock up, the house disappears, forms part of everything. You make your way. You see it's quite a busy intersection for the day. You guys know that there is an event going on. There's a big old fishing event at the docks going on, so the streets are a little bit more busy. There is the smell of fish and bread, funny enough, in the air as you go through. And you go through to the tavern, and you see there's 4 individuals standing outside of the door. At the same time that's happening, you all hear, "Open up! We're here!"
Who's that?
Is it Volo?
I see them.
Volo's not here.
I see them doing that as well as I walk
Yeah.
in. Okay, I'm just staying a little
They're
bit
not.
back
They're
because
not. They're not walking in. They're still knocking. I would say you're a good 20 feet away.
I'm just standing back to just keep an eye on things.
Okay, so
trying to
where the tavern is sitting,
Yeah.
you would come here from the lane intersection. There's a house here. They're standing here. Are you gonna hide behind the house, or are you gonna stand in the
I
street?
want to be a little bit
This is-
more nonchalant, not hiding, but
you're just,
standing
like,
against
observing.
the side, observing, like keeping
So
an eye
as
on
as you're
children.
standing there, you see a couple of people start murmuring, and you hear them talking about a band. And you all still hear, "We're here. Let us in."
I'll go to the door.
Okay, you open the door. Sunlight's a bit bright, and you hear them say, "Ah, finally, the entertainment has come. Please let us in.
The what now?
Oh, you weren't told. Oh dear. Barkeep. Yes, please tell these lovely individuals that you brought some entertainment. And Barkeep's like, what? Who are you?
I'm gonna close the door.
Okay, you close the door.
I do an inside check when the door's closed to see if they're doing anything.
Okay.
Trying to gauge
Roll
whatever.
an inside check. You haven't met them, so I'd rather say do a perception check. Perception. You haven't met them. You can't
inside.
inside.
Both are +5 to me, so 10.
15.
Okay, so 15.
They're not the guy. And as you step a little bit closer, you see long blonde hair, but golden blonde. Carrying a lute, so you make out that this is a bard. You see 3 orcs, but of varying sizes.
Ginger
gonna
or
let that in.
blonde?
No, he's blonde. He's blonde.
Sure, okay.
He's blonde. No. He's blonde, and as you see, he's wearing a very majestic,
Yeah, but there's like.
almost grey robe, but the grey almost sort of sparkles. It's almost like you would look at a metal ingot in the sun and it sparkles like that.
I'm going to walk past them, but I'm going to try and pick his pocket as I walk in at the same time for fun. As I'm opening the door,
Okay.
bumping
Wait,
into
would I
now,
have seen
remember-
Randall coming?
No, you wouldn't have seen him because you closed the door.
No, well, while I was looking.
No, you wouldn't
Okay,
have.
Let me rephrase. I want to feel in his pocket. I don't want to steal anything.
Okay,
I
you
wanna
want to
feel
feel in his pocket. Now remember, there's 3 other individuals and they're pretty tightly packed. Remember, your front entrance is not your short. Okay.
While just feeling in his pocket.
Okay. Well, okay.
What do I roll?
This will be a pickpocketing is sleight of hand.
14.
14
Rolling low today. Sorry.
versus.
I was so scared.
You feel in his pockets. His pockets are pretty empty. You feel like maybe there's like a little dust bunny, and he feels you bumping. He's like, "Excuse, oh, you're one of the owners. Oh, well, we are the entertainment, and we would very much like you to let us in."
I open the door, close it behind me. I'm like,
When I see him come in, I'm gonna go to James and be like, "There's weird people at the door. I think you should deal with it."
Okay.
You guys see coming from the back entrance. What was that lady's name? I think it was Matilda. I want to say it's Matilda, but I'll find her name.
Okay.
This will be insert name here, but quote unquote, this is Matilda. She comes in and she says, "Oh, so sorry, you guys came late and I left. We had to hire some entertainment. The patrons were a little bit bored, so I got the best band in Waterdeep, and they are only charging us 15 gold per month to play here. They are absolutely wonderful. The lead singer is Tyler Bonney.
Okay. So I'm just Matilda. It's early. It's real early. So they can only start playing when we have.
another 10, by the way. No one goes there.
They can only start playing, please, when there's actual. Yes.
So since we have the breakfast open now, we need them for the day. So they start
Yeah.
quite early.
They can set up, and they can wait until somebody wants breakfast.
Okay.
We don't want music right now, I don't think.
Okay, perfect. Shall I let them in? They're standing then.
Sure.
That breakfast.
Tyler is a bit obnoxious.
Oh no!
Oh, and
I get up and I walk to the door and I open the door, but I give him this behave.
oh, hi. May we come in? We've travelled a bit, and yes, this loot is heavy.
You sing now, you die.
Thank you very much.
I'm just gonna come up beside her and just like, if you scream once more, you're gonna be thrown out to sea.
And then I come up behind her and my eyes go like red. And I'm like,
Okay, you guys notice that the orcs don't really pay you guys mind. You 3 notice that there seems to be a little bit of liquid trickling down his pants, and he's just like, because you said he can't scream, he's just like, his lip is, he's like trying to get like tears like not running down his face, like,
I'll walk up. I'm sure they'll behave. I mean, I'll go get breakfast, and I'll look at them, and I'll press the digitation. I'll clean them up a little bit.
He kind of hangs his head in shame, and
no, he's all clean. I was like,
no, but he's like just like, I'm Tyler Bonnie, damn it. It's like I'm a good player.
It's just haze. That's all. Welcome.
And they go set up there, and you see him strumming his little sitar, kind of like still sitting there, like just like he's still a bit rattled by the entire thing that just happened. You see the dragonborn, like flaring nostrils, the teething with the smile, and then changeling coming and flaring their eyes. He's just like sitting there. It's like
I'm human.
no, he knows that you're human, but you're the more welcoming. He's had 1 interaction, 2 interactions with people slamming doors in his face. He's not used to this. You guys, you both know Tyler Barney as one of the biggest singers in Waterdeep, and with their traveling band, they actually are very renowned throughout. You also know them, but you've never met Tyler in person, and now that you see him, he's actually fairly well built for a human. Pretty scrawny, but you can see there are some rips in his arms, and he's got a tunic that you didn't notice because he's normally he's got his famed grey coat on, but he takes it off, and you see he's actually fairly well built, got leather tunic on, black tight pants. I'm talking tight
Can you
pants.
just repeat how many members with Tyler Bonnie?
4.
4, and
It's
all?
including him. 3 orcs,
3
1
orcs.
human.
Okay, thank you.
3 orcs, 1 human. And you see all the orcs have got handlebar mustaches.
Okay,
Big,
thank you.
black,
How much
handlebar
gold
mustaches.
per month?
15 gold per month.
I'm sure that will come out of the
Yes.
the revenue from the tavern.
Yes.
While they're coming in, I look towards Zorbeck and I see this pink beard. I'm like, lizard people.
No. You don't think they got to be here?
I was in my
No.
place. I don't know. I don't know.
No. I mean,
You think?
I knew it.
You think?
they did bring down the barrier and let the dragonborn. Maybe some lizards got in too.
That's why I'm staying at my place. I don't want my white and my blue turning pink.
You don't?
No.
I'm starting to fancy it, actually. No, okay, never mind, I changed my mind.
I don't know.
Are we
Let's see.
allowed?
Maybe it grows on us.
Are we allowed to tell
When
you
you-
that it changes colour?
But
There we
I,
go. I need to a bit of
Can I
fun.
tell you
Laughter.
it change colour? Does it change colour?
It's like
Whenever it gets wet.
it's Matilda, right?
Yeah.
So
We're
Matilda,
gonna make it change
he's
colour.
just some breakfast.
The breakfast has already
I
been
think so,
served.
okay.
It's already been served. Like that.
eating, I'm trying.
You've seen that. Zalaria has already gotten like bacon stuck in the teeth, and it's just like this oil dripping down her face, and it's not something becoming of a royal, but you know, it's basic dragon instincts.
I'm just gonna sit there and sip my coffee like, why are people screaming at me?
I take it we're all sitting down and we're all actually. So I take it we're all sitting down and we're all like busy eating while they're setting up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just look
Yeah,
towards
and
you.
you know they've opened the door, and it's not a very busy morning because of the event. So the tavern is a little bit more quiet, allows them to play. You see them busy sitting strumming the guitar, just background
I just
music,
want
no
us to
no
chat.
singing, just soft background music, and it's
No
actually
singing.
pretty soothing especially for your hangover. You find the music very soothing, so you do know you've paid for very good quality stuff. And
Well, yeah,
the day
Matilda.
is basically yours. The event is going on. You're welcome to go to the event, but you guys, it's a fishing event. It is a fishing event. You don't have to.
Good deals.
Okay, I think
The day is yours.
Yeah, I think we should just all. What are we gonna do today, James? I'm looking towards you. Like, there's a fishing event going on, or are we going to?
Are you speaking to him mentally, or are you speaking to the table?
Speaking
Please,
to the table so
just-
we can actually start talking
Yeah,
and
just
starting
clarify.
Yep.
Going fishing, or are we going hunting for loot?
Well, we can do that, but what's her name?
Aren't we supposed to be doing training today?
I think they're gonna come and get us for training.
Vajra.
Volo and
Yeah.
Vajra
Vajra.
Those people.
want to take us to the tower, and apparently we're gonna get training.
That was today.
That was today. So I think let's get ready, get ourselves sorted out, and make our way over. I don't know what they're gonna do, but yeah. Things have been strange. Maybe we should find out. I really want to go find the loot the dragons, but I think let's get some. Hey, maybe we get some free stuff.
And then I'm looking towards you, person that drank my whiskey.
Right, that's what happened.
Yeah, I was very friendly towards you at the start. Now not so much. I don't know much about you. Well,
Completely forgot about
where do you come from? What do you do? Like, we've been hanging out a bit, we've been talking, we've been fighting, you've been stealing my whiskey.
Aye, that's a good question. Where'd you learn to fight like that?
Yeah, tell us a bit more about you.
I can still kind of feel it.
This wasn't what she did at one stage.
And as you notice through that, as he's busy stroking his beard, you feel it, and you guys notice there's a pretty sizable lump right next to his jaw. You clocked him pretty hard.
I have no recollection of that.
That was when you guys had that fight. That he's still, and that was a good couple of days ago now. He's still feeling it. You've left a pretty decent imprint, but you also feel it. He's no slouch. He's hit you also pretty decently. You guys have healed. It's just like the aftermath of the scars. If you want to get it sorted, you'll have to go to a healer until such time that the cleric has refined their healing.
Question for DM. The color changing of the beard. Is it just pink? Or does it change color over time?
It changes color over time.
Yes!
It's not just a pink beard. But you guys don't know that. As far as you guys know, you bought pink beard dye and his eyebrows. And it's very distracting when you look at him. He's a very staunch dwarf. He's got muscles where people shouldn't have muscles. But then you look at his long brown locks, and it's just this really, really pink beard and eyebrows just staring at you.
I'm not looking at him because it's way too bright. I'm still looking at you because
I want to answer your question.
Sorry. I just need to describe that whole situation there.
And Dara sort of readjusts, and she's like, from tomorrow. I mean, you heard yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. I was a part of the Monastery of the Yellow Rose. Yeah, and since then I've travelled all over.
Why are you traveling? What are you looking for? Are you just looking for fun? Are you looking for something specific?
Just making ends meet.
Any end goal? Do you want to settle down anywhere?
Probably not anytime soon.
Why did you want to do
And
that?
then she's just going to continue eating.
Good conversation.
That's exactly
In
what
his head,
That's
I'm like, she's hiding something. In his
Well, I have to start it. So
well, no, but I'm looking at you.
then I was like, yo, what?
What? Yo,
She's
what?
hiding.
Yo, what?
Yo, what, son?
What? Yo, what? You what?
I'm watching you.
We've only known each other for what? How many days?
No, you guys have been
So a week
a week and a half now. It's bordering on that. You guys are starting to.
It's still early.
You stole my whiskey. Of course I'm going to be like this to you.
You put me up in a fight and I won it.
But you drank all of it and was expecting.
As that said,
I wouldn't know.
Zorbek, you start you hear she won the fight, and that little bump just
Starts throbbing.
it's just like this.
That's a good point, actually. We should do that again sometime.
I was like,
It's been a few days since I had a good fight. Well, I mean, in an arena, we had a pretty good fight.
I'll be honest with you, Dorvey. I don't think I want to touch that beard with a 5'10" pole.
Oh,
so I'm gonna look at everybody and I'll say, is everybody done eating? Should we go to Vajra? Are you guys ready? Everybody feeling okay
aye.
for training, or do we go for the fishing competition?
I think we need the training to actually get our.
Oh, we should.
Out of character to get our level 3s, we probably need the training, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
To actually kick it
Mhm.
out. Just wanted to.
I also want to go past the armory. There's a smith nearby. And I've been thinking, if I get some armor, put some good spikes on it, then I can do some real damage next time
Prickly
we get
pear.
into a
Pink,
fight.
shoulder bash someone, you got a spike on your
Aye.
shoulder.
Now you're thinking, aye.
No, I heard you say pink, and then I
You're
just
gonna
like
get stuck to a door.
whisper over towards you. I'm like,
Just get a shoulder bash to the door and just get stuck.
you just make it pink.
I was like, okay, up we go. And then I'd start walking and I'll wait outside.
I go outside after I down my food.
I go outside, but I'm still eating like a
hood
Red
over,
roll,
make sure everything
almost
looks
a whole
good, blah blah blah. And then I'll
You two? You guys going outside? What you guys doing?
No, I'm following him and I'm whispering to him. I think we need to make an order after him. Let's just chat to the guy afterwards.
Which guy?
Which guy?
The one that's going to do his armor.
Okay. Okay. Now I have to know because you guys could be talking about any guy.
No, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, so you all go outside.
Yes.
Okay,
So we've all decided let's get
So
out
Matilda
of this.
comes, she picks up, she waves goodbye to you guys, and
I'll walk back.
and the band's just like.
Okay.
You notice with your passive perception, Tyler's eyeing you. That's it.
I'm just gonna.
And I go like
And
this to
he
Tyler.
like kind of waves. he's like very shy at the moment, but he's just like he kind of waves at you, just like. He's still very scared. Like he's still very terrified of you, but it's a weird way. It's just like he waves
I'm
at
gonna
you.
give not a scary smile like you like to give me scary smiles.
Okay, I understand where he's coming from.
I know.
He just saw,
Yeah.
and your smile is wide. You don't have a small smile.
Can I have a soft smile?
You can make a soft smile. I want you to make a performance check for me.
Is that a D20?
It's a D20. Make a performance check for me. I want to see if you can soft smile.
19.
You give him a soft little smile, and he just
And I
waves at
raise an eyebrow and I look at her and I look at him.
he immediately his head down into his lute, just like tuning everything after he sees you. He's just like after you went like this, he was like. But his head's down, so his one eye's like peeking over here, but he doesn't want to make contact with the dragonborn. So he's just like,
As we walk out, I'm
eyeing
like,
him.
would you like to? Okay, pull my head down back so no one can see me. And we just.
Ooh la la.
I was like, okay. I'll start walking and I start leaving everybody to the black staff tower.
okay. So do you guys follow? Is there anything else you guys want to do? Do you first want to stop at the armory, or are you going to go straight to the tower?
If it's on the way, I'd like to stop.
Okay, so you guys would have to go around because the armory is on the far side of. It's basically almost like a cul-de-sac type
We
vibe
were
with
supposed to
one
meet
main
there.
road
Oh.
leading out, right? So you guys go over to the armory.
Aye, knock on the armor door, walk inside.
You see the
Ooh.
water
Oh,
the water genasi open the door. Very stoic individual, and you can see they are more the cooler than the actual smither, but you can see their hands are fairly chiseled. If you've been working with metallurgy and those kind of things for a long time, you get very, very strong, very hard hands. And he welcomes you in with a bow and he says, "Aye, how can we help you today?" Zorb,
Aye, it's a new look. I haven't decided yet myself. But Avi, don't you worry about it.
how?
I'm not quite sure. I think I got too drunk last night. And yeah, that's all I know. You don't think it works?
It's so very pink.
It is pretty pink, but I don't have to look at it most times, so it's not so bad for me.
It's
I've walked in with Zolbrick, right? So I'm just gonna also look around in the armory. And does that Genasi have any hair? Nothing, none whatsoever.
No hair.
Yeah, damn it. I
no
wanted
hair.
to-
They are bald,
Oh,
completely
shit.
bald, and they've got pretty. It's very pale features, right? Very pale bluish features, and it's not something that you're very profound with, because to find any type of genasi, especially water and their counterpart fire working together, as well as owning a blacksmith, you guys know about them, but you've always stayed away from the upper, like, posher areas of Waterdeep, because it wasn't your style. You went for the big boy mansions, that kind of thing. So you know about these people, but you've never seen a genasi before. But you know now how to shapeshift to that.
Yeah, no, I wanted to do something, but it's all good, so it's fine.
You can look around for hair if you want to.
No. If the Genasi,
Pull down his pants.
If the Genasi had hair, I wanted to play some mind games, but I can't do it now to get him a better deal. But it's okay. He can continue.
Okay. He looks at you with a.
But anyway, it's not important. What is important is I want to get some armor made. I haven't needed much armor. You know, I've been fighting.
By the way, 33 gold you need to add on D&D.
Brilliant.
That's the cuts that you weren't here for. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I haven't needed much armor, but these folk, they get me going into some strange fights. Not just this arena stuff I've been doing around town,
Yeah,
so I'm
we
thinking,
forced him into
need some good armor, right? Solid stuff, but I want to get some good spikes on it.
Interesting.
Have you ever heard of the dwarven fighting style?
Yes, I have. You dwarves are renowned for wanting to shoulder check stuff. So we get it quite often, but I must warn you, it is going to cost you quite a bit. And if you want it enchanted, it's going to take a while.
Well, we don't have to go enchanting just yet. Maybe I could help if I've got some time. I could come.
You are welcome to try. You are welcome to try. Okay, what type of armor are you looking for?
It's called spiked armor. It's a
He
medium armor. It's kind of like a breastplate, or maybe some
Steel,
steel,
iron, steel.
good quality steel. In fact, if we can get some dwarven steel, that would
He-
be mighty fine.
So your plate. You're looking at medium armor.
Aye.
Medium armor. That is going to take at least 3 months.
That's gonna take some time.
With your spikes included to source the dwarven steel if you're going for dwarven steel. With plain steel, it's going to take you 2 months, and with iron, it'll take a month at least.
Oh, okay.
And we're going to run you anywhere from 1,200 gold upwards.
Oh, that's quite a
Okay, so because I can precisely speak exactly the way that Genasi speaks, in his mind, he's going to hear his own voice say, "Is that really the best I can do? 2 months to make a silly little spiked armor. Is that the best I can do?" In his own voice.
Nice.
If we Okay, hold on. Hold on.
I'll roll.
Is this a visual thing or
No, I can
you can just
I
look?
just look. I can just glance.
So I rolled a 2, so he hears that in his head, and he goes, "Okay, listen. If you help us, I can shave it down to 3 weeks max."
I can do that. I got some training today, but I'll come right after. We can get going tonight.
Perfect. All right.
Oh, I'm excited. It's been a while since I worked at a
Lorna!
forge.
And you see the 5 Genasi come in. This one is also bald, but you can see just at the tip here, right at the edge. Right at the edge here. He's got just this faint little sort of shaggy like beard. And then it's like, "Oh no, not another dwarf." And he turns around and says, "Yes, another dwarf. We have 3 weeks." And 3 weeks!
Aye, I'll be helping. Don't you worry.
How much did you charge him? 1,200. Fine. Okay, fine. Whatever. Whatever. And he just storms off. He just storms off. It's like, and you hear this. You hear this in his head. What have I done?
No, yeah, basically, if he's speaking back to that voice,
He's speaking back to the voice.
then it's fine. I'll hear it.
Okay, so so picture this inner conflict, because he's heard his own conscience speak to him. Now he's speaking back to his conscience. He's like, "I'm going to get it tonight, aren't I?" Okay, so
Ouch.
you have 3 weeks to come up with 1,200 gold. They do require a deposit of 600 gold so that they can buy the steel that they need for this.
I'll have to get that to you.
Cool.
If you need more, the gentle.
Cool. We'll
Okay.
come back later today and we can
Perfect.
finish tanning. Maybe we
Perfect.
can get some measurements.
I better go confront my husband.
Before,
yes.
Before you go,
Okay, so you guys have now entered because
Yeah.
I was only these two.
yeah. So I've entered now, and I say, okay, before you go, I'm waiting for Zorbek to step away.
Okay, are you done?
Aye.
Okay, he goes outside. Are you done, James?
I'm just always.
Okay,
I'm just
James is just chilling. So you guys are coming in.
Yeah. So, first of all, I want to acquire a dagger.
All right.
Okay. So this thing must be able to take heat of sorts, so that it can take a flame. It must be enchanted. Or something like that.
The best would have to be a steel dagger, and that will cost you a good 35 gold.
Okay.
Because these are quite hit resistant, since we do get a lot of people that are magic users and they do want to do very strange stuff. And you did not get these weapons from us. Should you be liable for any murder, we will fully deny that we gave you that dagger.
Okay.
And we will be keeping your gold as well.
Right. Specifics.
Lauder, steel dagger, please. Lauder walks in, and you notice this cold expression. Pissed off. He is mad. He comes here, he puts the dagger, shing, into the table, walks off. You again hear in your head, oh boy. So that'll be 35 gold if you want to take the steel dagger. They don't have iron daggers on them. You notice all of their iron daggers are sold out completely, and it's very strange for them to be sold out of iron daggers. They have steel daggers, but iron is a very common resource in Waterdeep and in the wider region. So for them to be sold out of steel iron daggers, you get the feeling that there might have been either a big buyer or this was secured for an army or whatever the case may be. But for an army, you would know that it's more for broadswords, long swords, not daggers. This is the observation you two make as you walk in. You weren't really paying attention to that. You were there for your armor. You went out. You're still very conflicted about your beard. You are.
What's the shop name again?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Just call it the blacksmith for now, because I can't. Yes, steam and steel. Thanks. My notes are here somewhere. Yeah, thanks. This is why you guys take notes, because my notes are in order.
And then on specifically on the dagger, it must have a hidden thing, a little contraption.
Oh, that's easy. And you see him take, and it's very majestic and almost magical in a way that they craft. And you see him pull out, and you notice this. It's a black tip dagger. You guys notice this because you saw the same type of dagger earlier. Black tip dagger, inscription on it, and and inside it's hollow.
Okay. Because there's going to be an aim with the dagger. So
Where did we see this dagger again?
That was at the murder site, where the half orc was killed.
Is this a steel or iron?
Iron.
It's iron.
Is this one also iron?
No. So the design.
No,
is the
the design
design's the same.
is one of those curved black blades with an inscription on it.
Oh, okay.
You guys saw this as you were walking past, where the half orc that you had met at the yawning portal that got murdered. You saw that dagger at the murder site.
What's going on? Like, interesting dagger. Is this your make or did you get this?
Oh, yes, we forged this, but this was in our youth that we forged this. This was one of our trials that we had to forge these specific daggers, learn to enchant them with.
Did you have any of these? It looks nice.
No, we actually only had two, but there was a recent robbery, and we don't know who the perpetrator was, but one of the daggers was stolen. And I would have thought, because both daggers were there, they would have taken both.
Check.
Okay, roll insight. Roll insight.
Okay. 13 plus 18.
Hey.
He's telling the truth. He has nothing to hide. He seems very genuine, and you can tell. Like, once a story is mentioned, you see Lordal walking in and kind of looking sad and confirming the story. Kind of still miffed about the whole 3-week steel dwarf armor situation, but they seem pretty genuine.
Okay. Just maybe warn chat, because load shedding's going to hit now. I don't know if anything's going to drop.
Chat, if anything drops, it is going to be load shedding, so just be careful about that. We'll
Please
likely
be
just, Yeah, they should be careful.
Careful, we go away.
Go away. Okay, so let's hope it doesn't go down, but we'll see what happens. All right. So just as a warning, we've got everything on what we need, but whether it lasts or not is a different story. Okay. Carrying on.
She was still busy talking.
Yeah, so I was still trying to explain because my dagger must have some sort of enchantment on it. Okay.
Oh dear.
All right. So, and then on another note, our friend out there with these spiky things, we want to make it really special for him to go with that beautiful beard. So we want something just a little bit tweaked so that he doesn't notice until he's standing out in the sun. Or at night, it must flame up or something.
You know, like that metallic glint that you sometimes get or something where it looks a little bit pink or purple, but only when there's direct sunlight on it?
You would need to go to an apothecary for that particular thing. It is more of a polish rather than an enchantment, and it will do nothing else but change the color and have an illusion to the armor. That is not something we specialize in. So if you want to do this for your friend, although I don't see why you're doing this to your friend, none of my business, you will need to go to your local apothecary for that kind of thing.
Can you sign it off? So
Yeah. We just want to make it extra special. Because
Oh
it's
no,
very- very
I
dear to us.
understand you want him to be special. That beard is awfully
it's special for him. You want him to be special. That's a difference.
awfully pink. Okay.
Okay. Do we have anybody like that in this?
Where you
wonderful-
got the potion from for his beard? That exact place. That precise place.
Potion for the armor, no.
It is the same potion. That's the problem.
Wait, it's the same potion?
It's the
Extra?
same. Nope.
She didn't get extra?
You used all of it for the beard because it wasn't
Damn.
a terribly big bottle.
Okay, we need to go past that place at some point in time.
That would
Okay.
be more in the middle of Waterdeep rather than this particular area.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't hear any of this. You are enthralled with your beard right now. You're trying to see if you go through if there's any like leftover strands of like your original beard. It is pink through and through. It is through and through pink.
So pink.
All right.
I think every time someone's not here, you're going to get
Do I need to put down a deposit for the dagger?
No, it's 35 gold.
You're buying it.
Okay, it's done.
It's done.
It's done already.
It's finished.
It is in front of you.
You said you wanted an enchantment on that.
Did you want the
Yeah.
enchantment? Okay, but what enchantment do you want on the dagger? You never finished that.
Yeah.
Because then it'll take long. And okay, as a warning, outside of game, enchantments take long. They are not quick.
Aren't they also expensive?
They are very expensive. Very expensive.
Ver voorbij wat ons
You guys have no gold for that. Depending on the enchantment, okay, as a DM player, what enchantment do you want on the dagger so I can tell you what the price is?
Well, I have no idea yet. All I know is that thing must disappear and land up back.
Oh, so you want it to be a disappearing dagger.
Yes.
That is 15,000 gold. And it's
Oh,
it's
my
going to take the
soul.
better part of a year. It's not cheap.
Okay, I'll think about
And
it.
yes,
Just give me the
yes,
damn
and
dagger.
the reason I know that is because in campaign 1 of Critical Role, Vax also wanted a dagger like that. It took a whole year. It cost him 15,000 gold. Vexalia was not happy. Vexalia was not happy.
To make
But it was
magical
so
things
cool.
costs.
But it was so cool.
It costs resources, and these two are not equipped to do that, so they would have to pay someone else to do it and then resell the dagger to make profit for them. So you either take the dagger as is for 35 gold, or you pay 15k gold.
It's worth it.
Worth it.
Hashtag worth. No, chat.
Hashtag worth it.
And also, by the way, it would not work. A DM to player, it would not work proficiently for you because you are not a rogue class. So you're not proficient in daggers. You can use daggers, but you would
But it
need to
says
make.
I use
You would.
daggers,
You
so-
would. Yeah, but remember, there's a difference between using daggers and being proficient with daggers. And if you're not proficient, you would have to roll every time for that dagger to come back. If you are proficient in it, it auto comes back.
Okay. Just
So
give me the
if
damn
you're a
dagger.
rogue, then
What's your
cool.
backup?
Back up.
Me and you, we go like this.
You're a spellcaster.
That's my backup. I just want it in that hidden
Okay, so it's
compartment in my cloak.
just in case. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you pay the 35 gold?
Yes, I
Okay,
pay the
so you
35
hand
gold.
over
If
the
I can
35
find out
gold.
Where the hell my gold is.
You in your head here.
Inventory.
This is going to buy chocolates. This is going to buy chocolates. Don't buy anything else. Just buy chocolates for him. That's what you hear.
Okay. Quick question to DM. We have actually gone and already picked up our cloaks. And
Yes, you guys have picked up all of your equipment.
I just wanted to
Okay, so
make
I
All
must
of your
add that to my
all of your
inventory,
cloaks,
right?
everything. As the days have progressed, you guys made the stop just for. Yes.
Will you put in inventory, please?
Yes, I will put in inventory. Just make a note, WhatsApp it to me so that I put it in your inventory.
I'm like, we're actually late. We should have been at the town.
You guys are
I
not.
think we need to head.
You guys are not late. You guys got up fairly
I'm
early.
telling James this in front of
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, it's like, okay, let's get going,
Like,
guys.
to get the guys
Okay.
moving on.
Hey,
And then I'll walk.
Okay, goodbye. And you see him walking with you guys and closing the door, and he goes the exact opposite way to the little bakery, chocolate shop over there, and goes and does his thing, takes the 35 gold that you gave him, and immediately went over there. You get the feeling there's going to be trouble in that house tonight. Or because of a deal that went off fantastically. A deal that went off great.
Help my buddy.
Nadara,
Hi.
you still feel very uneasy. You walk with heaviness on your shoulders, and it is noticeable. You don't see it, but people notice. You're walking pretty heavy. You're everything else.
I'm gonna walk at the back of everyone.
We're just monitoring over there just to see if it's gonna stay up or not.
Sold it.
Okay, so you guys, is there anything you guys want to do?
oh, straight to the place.
Straight to
I wanna
the
get
straight to
my
the
stuff.
tower. Okay,
My
so.
inventory.
You guys head over, and as you're busy walking, you're walking in the opposite direction of where the fishing event is. And you see quite a few people, horse and carts, and it's busier in Waterdeep than it normally is. And with everything going on, despite the guild wars between the Xanathar and the Zentarum, you guys are seeing quite a bit of hustle in the air. The stench of fish is everywhere. It's a very pungent smell, and there's also the faint scent of cinnamon bread. There is faint scent of bread in the air, cinnamon, very sharp, that counteracts all the fish smell. And as you guys see, it's been quite busy since you guys have started. Many people have already set up their stalls. A lot of people have caught fish. You get the feeling the fishing event is more for business than it is for an actual prize. There is a prize for the biggest fish caught, but you see this more as people are seeing it as a business opportunity to catch fish without being stopped by the guys to say, what are your business? It's more like a free-for-all. So a lot of the stores that generally don't sell fish that you have noticed, especially you three being in the city as long as you do, you guys know this is going to be a very busy time, and a lot of people are keeping their hands close to their pockets. This is a very dangerous time as well. People pickpocket quite a bit. But as you're busy walking, you notice the tower in the distance, and just before you get to the tower, you see Vajra and Khlam waiting for you.
And it's still early, right?
It's still fairly early.
We
It's
were
not.
supposed to be there at dawn.
It's still fairly early.
Okay.
You guys were up, but they
making sure we're
they
not
stand
in
there.
trouble
You
for
see
being
Volo
late.
there as well. And what you guys didn't notice is Volo trimmed down his beard quite a bit. He normally had this very long wizard beard. He's trimmed it down to almost like a kind of like a afternoon shade type vibe, but obviously a little bit more thick. And it's no longer pure white. It is charcoal black. And if you look carefully, his clothing has changed as well.
I asked him, so I take it the book sales are going well?
Ah, yes. Here. And but he doesn't even greet you guys. He just takes it.
I didn't
Little,
to me there.
little treasure chest. Your 1,000 gold reward.
Thank you.
And your commission will be coming in next week. Fantastic. Welcome everybody. So sorry, we just need to take care of business. You'll notice that I'm dressed. I am actually going away on some important business. I cannot tell you where, but the High Council has summoned me for a very particular mission. It is unfortunately something I cannot disclose, but you will definitely be very capable in the hands of these two. They will take you to your respective trainers, and I wish you all the best.
Good.
Are there any questions before I leave?
I have one question.
Yes.
Two questions. I like your new
166.
look.
Everybody gets 166
I-
gold, eh?
How much?
166.
I also have a new look. I'm not quite sure
He,
on
he,
mine either.
he puts his hand on your
What's
shoulder.
that from?
Does he
Us
does he
helping with
know his beard
Wallace
is,
book.
and his eyebrows? I think the beard. His why?
I don't know.
Why?
Lizard people, I guess.
I'm standing behind the.
Roll
No,
a
but,
deception.
Like, you know what? He knows that. If
He
all the-
knows, but Valo needs to know.
Where am I standing? Where is Zorbek standing?
How much?
Okay, hold on. Is this just straight deception? Right?
Straight deception.
Okay, 19. That's all 17.
I rolled a 17. His insight is +3. He's 20.
Oh,
He,
He sees me
he
smiling,
knows.
bro.
He sees you
me
smiling, and he's like, "I am so sorry."
Oh,
I'm just gonna go.
Okay, so yeah, he sees you and he's like, "Well, I must be off." Yes.
My question.
Your
I have a question.
beard is so pink.
But let's move past it for a moment.
Okay,
very
hold on.
important
And he pulls out this cloth
Breathe in.
and just puts it over your face. Okay, now I can focus.
Sure. So, I was hoping I could borrow some money.
Breathe in and then spit when.
I just gave your friend money.
That's good. But I wanted to get some new equipment.
I heard that you wanted to get armor. All
But
right,
it's super
Let me-
expensive in Waterdeep to get some good quality.
let me make you a deal. I'm going to give you
Oh.
600 gold to go and invest it.
Oh.
This is the richest I've ever had in my life.
You need to win 3 bar fights at the Yawning Portal against 3 champions of my choice.
Just the 3.
You win them, and I will buy your armor.
Oh, simple.
You buy
Hold
everything.
on,
do it. Let's
hold
go now.
on, hold on. It's not that simple. You have to do it with one hand tied behind your back.
Oh fuck.
Well, I'm still doing it.
Your strong hand.
Oh, now we're getting interesting.
What are the rules? Wait.
It's on.
There's no rules. It's
No
it's a brawl fight. He said no
Valo is
rules.
saying no rules.
Valo's saying no rules to him.
Sure.
He's saying no rules to him. Are you guys? He's saying this without earshot. If you guys want to actively listen, you'll have to get closer and
I am
roll.
right next to him, busy talking to him.
He moved with him.
No, I'm there as well, because I'm...
Oh, it's okay. So you're actively listening.
Of course I am, because I'm still looking to him a bit.
Roll a perception check for me, please.
Because I'm going to do the same thing and use Curse of the... Well,
Yeah.
use Curse of the Binding to help you out.
Roll for
Don't worry, I'm
perception.
gonna help as well.
19. 14 plus...
Okay, you hear that? You hear there's no rules. There are no rules. The only rule is you put your hand behind
I'm
your
gonna
back.
go check my spells.
Deal.
Deal.
We make this work.
Deal. And he
Oh yeah.
brother claps you. Right, I have to go. Vajra, Hlam, these are perfectly fine candidates for this. Please train them well. And with that, you see Valo.
I grab onto him, I'm like, quickly aside, before you go. No, because that's why I was standing next to him, because I needed to talk to him. While everyone else talks to everyone
He's
else.
holding the spell in
Yeah,
his
I'm
hand,
like,
so he's just like,
Serious, go. On the side, he sees the, have
Yeah.
like a dead serious face, and I'm like, do we need to know where you're going if we need to come find you? I'm being serious now. He really sees me being serious. He knows me normally joking, but this is just give me a location in case something happens. Because I don't normally see this.
if James speaks to you, you'll know. And he disappears, falls in on himself, gone. Gone.
Suck it up, buttercup.
Gone. Right. Vajra walks over to you all, gives a light bow. Hlam comes too, light bow. Hlam gestures over to you, Nadara, and he says, "Come, we have much to do." And as you guys walk into the tower, the wall, the very far wall, starts opening. And you see the stones kind of clank open and they almost crawl in onto each other. And you see at the bottom rooms divided. It seems as though these rooms were prepared for your particular training. So what we are going to be doing is we're going to be doing a skill challenge. for each individual here to see how well you do, and based on that, we will go forward with how long it takes you to train for the day, if that will impact your sleep patterns, if you're going to suffer exhaustion, that kind of thing. You will still ding level 3, just as DM to players, but this is more to see how well you ding level 3, how long your training takes, if it's the better part of a week, if it's the better part of the day. It'll depend on how that goes. So, we will start with the monk. And you guys are led to your respective rooms, and funny enough, both warlocks have been pulled into the same room.
Ooh.
Obviously.
You've been taken, and I will describe each room as we go. So I need everyone besides Nadara to leave the table, please. I need everyone besides Nadara to leave the table. You guys can sit there.
Bye, Felicia.
You guys will be within earshot, but I need to just focus on her for now. I will call you in as we go. All right.
Don't die.
Don't die, Nadara, don't die.
I'm a die.
This is my first. All right. Just as an announcement, guys, this is my first one-on-one. I'm excited. Okay. So, Nadara.
Hi.
We're judging you.
Good. Hlam pulls you in, and you see the wall close off, right? And there's this very droning sound in your ear, very grinding, very reminiscent of the stone tablets that you were working on as part of your disciplinary training, carving in, scraping, even with your hands. You remember that they made sure that your hands are weapons, so they made you train with that. And you're not a massive fan of stone in general, but this is something that you are used to. And he speaks to you and says, "What plagues your heart?" He can already see you are not yourself.
So he's asking me that question.
Yes.
Can I do an insight check to see if I can trust him?
Roll an inside check.
Do I feel like if I feel like
Yeah.
16 plus 21.
21. You hear, you get the feeling he's being very sincere. He is. He's being sincere. He is trying to convey, as a fellow monk, as someone who has studied more or less the same that you have, but under a different tutelage, under a different path, under a different feeling, he can relate to you that something is off.
I'm going to share it to him, like the description of the dream that I had, and then after that I'm going to say, I think we're heading down a path that we're not going to get back from, and I think it's going to be my fault.
In many of these paths, depending on the choices we make, it is destiny for us to fail every now and then. But you cannot put that failure on yourself. You cannot put the destiny of others on yourself. And you see him take 2 steps forward. Make a strength saving throw for me, please.
I'm going to get fucked up!
Make a strength saving throw for me.
What do I add to that? Just my...
Just your strength modifier.
Oh yeah, that would be nothing. That's a 12.
12. You feel him grab your shoulder and put his leg behind you and tumble you down to the ground.
Fuck.
He says to you, while holding you there, you're down on the ground, you feel the wind escape your lungs. You were not expecting this. He moves with such speed and precision that you are not used to. This is a very different method that you've been taught. You know what he's done, but it's caught yourself off guard. You feel the wind escape. It just, the sand flies up into the air, gets all in your eye. And as you're trying to breathe, you're breathing in sand. And he says to you, "Learn from your failures and you will be stronger. Now get up and fight." And he stands back and he takes his shirt off, and you see him, the light around him starts bending and forms around over his hands. You know this technique. You know this technique. He is part of the Sun Temple. He is part of the Sun Temple. Right. You are going to do 3 checks here, and it will depend on if you succeed or fail, whether you will have to come back for your training. Right. He lunges at you, and you take your stance. You are ready, as is with your training. And you see his stance is very, very different to yours. And you try and spot out where the openings are. It almost looks perfect. So you can tell he's been training for a very, very long time. And you see around his neck now beads, large, very big beads, start lifting off, dropping to the ground almost on their own, fall with a crash, a heavy crash. These are weighted beads. And you see him crack his neck, and like this, his whole body swells. You roll an initiative for me.
20.
Natural 20. Nice. So you go first. All right.
I don't have to fight him.
What do you do? What do you do?
Okay. I guess we're just gonna go into it. I'm gonna spend a key points and do flurry of blows.
Right? He
His
is unarmored. You are both unarmored, so these will be just pure strikes.
flurry of blows is after.
His armor class is 10. Your armor class will be 10. You guys are fighting unarmored for this battle.
Okay, so then, well, since I don't have a quarterstaff, it will.
Right. So you go with your fist.
I'm gonna.
You do flurry of blows. That'll be 3 strikes. So you got to roll for them.
13,
13,
3,
3,
11.
11.
Yeah, that was. And
Yeah, that was 3. So your first one, you lunge up to him, and you move with the speed that even he has not seen, and he has many years of training. And you move, and you turn with your fist, and as you get to his ribs, you curl it up, and with your hip, slam right into his ribs. The second one, he sees your hand come for the other side, and he baps it away, and you feel the radiating heat of the light on your arm. And your third one, as you turn around, come down with a kick onto his knee. Wham! It hits, but it doesn't hit as hard as you thought. You stand back, and as you move back, you see your hands are shaking. You see searing heat on your arm. It burns, but you feel invigorated. Roll damage for me.
shit, I forgot what these things are.
I think it's 1d4.
Plus 4
1d4 plus 4.
for each unarmored strike.
Yes. So that will be 2d4s,
Yep. I need
because
you.
your second strike missed.
I need you.
8.
8. Nice. You do 8
Oh,
damage.
8 plus
8 plus 4.
No, it's 4. It's 1d4
Plus 4. So it's
And
8
both
plus
of
8
them
is
were
16.
4. 16.
That's 16 damage. You did quite a bit of damage. You take 2 points of radiant damage from his light, and now it is his turn. He comes to you, and he says to you, before he moves to strike, he says, "You are still unfocused. Forget your failures." And he moves. He's going to attempt to grab you. Make a strength saving check for me, please.
9.
He grabs you, and with his next attack, he's going to attempt to straight headbutt you right in the face. 11, he hits. You take 3 damage plus 2 points of radiant damage as you feel his head rams square on the bridge of your nose. You reel back. Oh, you feel the blood start trickling out of your nose. But not just that, you feel this radiant burn inside of your nostrils. It's awful. It's an experience you haven't had. You start seeing white in front of you, and you correct your vision, and you start feeling, but your hands are no longer shaking. You're starting to feel a little bit more energetic. Your turn.
Flurry of blows again.
Flurry of blows. Go for it.
I'm just gonna get 3 of you. Which one do I trust? Okay, 2 hits, 1 doesn't.
2 hit, 1 miss. Okay.
Well, actually, no. I have to add plus 6 to each unarmored strike, don't I? Because it's a hit DC.
Yeah. So then you
And
hit.
all of them hit.
And all of them you hit. Nice.
I didn't do it for the last one.
Okay, we'll just retcon that, but it's fine. You roll one more for me. Roll one more for me so I can add the damage there.
Oh, 1 more damage.
No, one more roll for the previous attack that did not
20.
hit. Natural 20. Okay, that'll be a crit. That'll be a crit. Okay, that's fine. I believe you.
So how much damage do I need to give you now?
Okay, so remember it's 1d4 plus 4. For
each
that previous
strike.
one, the natural 20 from the
Okay.
previous one, that's 1d4 plus 4, double it.
It's 10.
So it's 20 damage.
No, that's 10 doubled.
Oh, is that 10 doubled?
Yeah, so it's.
Oh, so you
it's
got
already
1
doubled.
plus 4, 5, 10. Okay, 10 damage is good, alright?
And now these
So
ones.
your next 3 hit, roll damage for those 3.
I don't trust you. I'm gonna get other dice.
Roll damage for those 3.
So that is the first one's 6,
Mm-hmm.
then it's 7,
Mhm.
then it's 5.
Nice. 6, 13, 18 damage total. Nicely done. So you walk in, your hands steady, your vision, you still feel the blood coming down your face, and it's an awful feeling. Your nose is burning, you can see the tears in your eye, but you wipe it. You stoic yourself, you run in, and just 2 inches away from his chest, bam, 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 keeping your fist right here. Goes, You take 3 points of radiant damage as you feel your hands burn with the holy damage.
What the fucking sun?
He says, as he looks at you,
No.
you hear,
No.
you hear, as you hear the ribs that you just cracked mend, and he, well done. Well done indeed. Now let's test your will. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
I don't know which one.
This will be your last check.
It's not good. It's so not good. That's 9.
9. You see him hold his hand out, turn it, and you feel this ray of sunshine blast through your chest. You fall down to the ground. You start throwing up. He walks over to you. He picks you up by the arm, rightens you, and he says, "Learn from your failures. You have passed." You beat that by the skin of your teeth. You got two saves, 1 fail.
Jesus.
He says to you, "If you wish to refine your form, if you wish to refine your prowess, come and see me tomorrow."
Tomorrow, okay. I'm just gonna spit up and up. Okay.
He holds your hand, and you feel this light pulse through your body. You feel your nose crack back in place. It's a painful process. You feel your hands, where your knuckles start bleeding from the impact of hitting his very hard chest, all the radiant burn disappear. He's healed you fully.
I'm just gonna spit out like the remaining blood that's in my
You
mouth.
spit out the blood,
Be like, thanks.
and he sits with you, and he asks you to meditate with him.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Zorbrek, I need you at the table. I need Zorbrek at the table.
Does I leave? I see him. Have fun. I will.
Zorbrek,
Hello.
you are led into a room very, very reminiscent of your dwarven battlegrounds. It's a very open field, pikes, axes, the smell of burning wood. And you walk into this field and you can't understand what's happening.
Where are we?
You hear the voice of what sounds like your father speak to you and say, "My son,
Oh.
you have dishonored your clan.
Kind of.
Why do you leave?"
Oh. Is this the time?
The voice is there's no discernible origin of the voice. You just hear it all around you.
You're not my pa.
Am I not? Make a strength saving throw for me.
A strength saving throw. Ooh. Strength save. Where are my saves?
So it'll be your strength modifier. 14. You feel this kick in the back of your shoulder. Just hit hard enough that you take a step forward and you turn. And the visage of your father stands before you. Ghostly form. Pure white with this blue hue. And he says to you, "You are not my son. My son does not bend the knee to anyone."
Oh. I'm not bending the knee to no one.
Shut your mouth. And he goes in for you. Roll initiative for me.
Okay. Dun dun dun. Oh, Pa's gonna get it.
Okay.
My initiative is 19.
Nice. He rolled a 6 plus 2. Right, you go first. So you see him lunge at you. What do you do?
I'm going to duck under his arm and attempt to shoulder grab him, attempting to grapple with him.
All right.
Yeah.
So make a strength check for me.
Hey.
He's trying to grapple him.
Oh, 18.
Oh, you grab him, and you feel there is a cohesion to this ghostly form. There is somehow to this magical ghostly cohesion. You feel the warmth of your father figure. You feel this feels like him. That's your turn.
Aye.
He's going to attempt to elbow you. What's your armor class?
My armor class is 15.
He comes down with his elbow, wham, but doesn't quite get the good shot. He rolled 13. He rolled 13, doesn't quite get the good shot, and he's like, "Let me go, you failure. You have dishonored us. How dare you touch me?"
I did nothing.
All right?
Punch him in the face.
You punch him in the face, all right? I will say you've got him grappled, so you'll have advantage at this.
Sweet.
But this is an unarmed strike.
Yes. 21.
21, yeah, you hit. Do damage.
Wow, it's 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. Wham! You feel your hand kind of go into the visage, and you find something.
Who are you?
No beard. There's no beard. Where the visage of his beard is, you punch through. There's no beard, but you do find the feeling of bone and flesh. And as you punch him and you let go, he hits the floor and he turns up. And the visage of your father fades away. And you see the form of a wolf. Werewolf.
A wolf?
And he says to you, "Good." That's all he says.
What sorcery is this? Who are you to put my parents' face on? I'm gonna punch him again.
All right, you go for a punch again. Go for it.
Whoopity-bow.
This is one that's just straight roll.
18.
18. Roll damage.
Another 5 points of damage.
Another 5 points of damage. You come in, you whack, and you see teeth splatter across the ground. And as he turns, you see the visage of your mother.
I kind of take a step back at this one. I wasn't expecting that.
"Hello, Zorby."
Ma?
And he runs at, and this entity runs at you. Rolls an 18 to hit.
Oh, that'll hit.
You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as this entity runs, grabs you, and takes you by the head and just to the side, hit you with their head. You hear the ringing in your ear, and this entity is hitting hard. And then once again, form, and you see a lizard man in front of you.
The fucking lizard man! I am gonna use reckless attack this time.
Okay.
And I'm gonna rush.
Okay, so you have disadvantage on these.
No, I have advantage on this.
Ah,
You'll
okay.
have advantage to attack me on his
Okay,
turn.
perfect.
Doesn't help at all.
Oh dear.
No, 19.
19 hits.
Yeah.
19 hits.
19.
So you hit.
Another 5 points.
Another 5 points of damage. You hit it. Wham! Wham! Takes 2 shots. Turns to you, cricks its neck. And you see a spitting image of yourself that says, "You failed them.
I didn't.
You failed them all. Where is your honor?"
I have my own honor. Just gonna continue pummeling in this.
You start hitting,
I failed no one.
and as you start hitting, the entity disappears. And you see Vajra appear in front of you. You have much hate for yourself.
What is this This is no training.
Isn't it, Zorbrek?
This is ridiculous.
Isn't
Why have you
it?
brought me here?
To look deep within you to see, do you truly believe in yourself? How sure are you? The very image of your father, your mother, and especially yourself drives you into a rage. You feel guilt for dishonoring your clan, and it holds you back from your full potential. And you see her hold her hand out. She puts it on your shoulder. Roll an intelligence save for me.
Oh, okay. I rolled a 1, so I get a total of 1.
Okay. You are frozen in place And you see her image grow. And she moves her hands over and she displays your whole clan in front of you. You feel surrounded. You see them all stare at you with disappointment. All with a look of, you are a failure. All with a look of judgment. Somehow in this status, you tremble. And you hear your own voice admonish you, asking you why. Asking you, was it worth it? Telling you you are a failure.
Oh, and I'm all frozen. Oh, I'm just trembling with rage, trying to get a response out.
Roll another intelligence save for me. And because you are raging, I will allow an advantage.
Natural 20.
Natural 20, baby! Okay, you don't need to roll further. You break out. And you are suddenly filled with this immense strength. Strength you have not felt in a very long time. Strength very much hidden. Vajra says to you, and she holds you again. This is what happens when you believe in yourself and let go of the shackles that bind you. You have passed.
Yep.
She disappears. She leaves you to your devices. Please get Fina in here.
Hey, this place is weird. Could have wizard power and you mind mess me.
Fina! This is fun. I love this. Hi. Welcome.
Please don't kill me.
Oh no, you're dead. Take a seat.
Okay, what do we do? Oh, my knee.
Fina, you see this entrance, this hallway open up. And it's warm. It is warm.
Okay.
You see torches light up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whole long row. Standing braziers, however you want to say them, start lighting up. And as you start walking, you see statues of Anubis light up. And they all turn to you as you get to the end of it. And you hear a voice in your head. You hear Anubis speak to you and say, "My child, it is time to unlock your true potential. But you must be willing to do things that others would consider barbaric. You must be willing to cast aside your shackles. You must be willing to discern the difference between revenge and a vengeance. Are you willing and capable?"
I think so. Let's do
No.
this.
You must not think. You must know. Otherwise my training is not for you, my disciple. And you hear the statues take their staves and wham! Hit the door. Hit the floor, sorry. And the room starts filling with sand.
Oh no.
Are you willing?
I am willing.
You lie! Wham! Hits it again. The sand starts filling more and more. It's about chest length. He asks you, are you willing?
Yes.
Wham! You are covered in sand.
I was just going, oh jeez.
You are covered in sand. And as you start feeling the oxygen start escaping your lungs and you're starting to feel the sand start filling them, your vision disappears, comes back. You're in the temple again. And you see before you the very visage of Anubis himself. Tall individual, hound head, long pointy ears, human body though, tanned, holding a staff, very reminiscent to what your mother used to use. And he says to you, my disciple, you have a special gift, one that your fellow companions will never understand. Do you wish to heal or harm?
That's a good question.
What is it that your heart says?
Harm.
Excellent. He grabs you by the shoulder. He takes you above this field and he holds you and he shows you dead bodies everywhere. And in the distance, you see a tiefling. Long horns, blue skin, wearing the same mantle he's wearing. You see yourself. And he says to you, I offer you two paths. This is the path of death and destruction. Is this truly the path you wish to take?
You know what my brain just did?
What? He takes you to another field. You see families, farms, cities. Little kids playing in the street with a ball. You see Nadara training at the monastery. You see James. You see Leandro running around, stealing every now and then. You see Zorbrek at the tavern, his fight. You don't see Fina. You don't see Zalaria. And he says to you, every path comes with a sacrifice. Is this the path you want to take?
Where is Larry?
He takes you back to the temple. And in front of you, on the altar, lies Zalaria, dagger in heart, with a mirror image of you standing on the opposite side, holding the dagger. And he says to you, this is your predetermined destiny. I can only guide you and assist you. You make your choices.
I don't want that one.
Then decide correctly. What do you do? What do you do?
No! How dare you?
What do you do?
Okay, so the first vision you showed me, you had no one in it.
No one.
No one.
No one.
And the second one had everyone except.
Mm-hmm. What do you do? You feel his grip just hold on you. It's a soft, gentle grip. One of care, one of concern.
I don't know.
What do you do? What do you want to say to him? Do you want to say something to him? Do you want to do something? What do you want to do?
What happens if I go the first route?
He showed you both your paths, healer and harm. Do you want to say something to him?
This is hard. How dare you do this to me?
Come on!
This is hard.
No, it's not.
It is.
What do you want to do? What does your character want to do right now?
My character wants to stay because she likes the group.
So then, tell him.
I'm gonna say I like the group, but where is my longtime friend?
He says to you, if you make the right choices, everyone can be spared. Trust in your own abilities and do not rely on everyone else to guide you, including me. You are my favorite disciple, and I will guide you, but you are too reliant on those around you to make decisions for you, and that could cost you. What is your choice?
I will go the healing path.
Excellent. You have passed.
I got no plan.
No. Yours is all mental.
Okay, she's like it.
Please bring your dragonborn friend in. Please bring both warlocks.
How dare you?
Warlocks!
Hold on, I'll bring them. Wait, did I leave my phone here? I did.
How you doing, chat? I almost made my wife cry. I almost made my wife cry.
Why?
She just started sitting there tearing up. I'm like, yeah, wait a minute.
You can't be hard on her.
Not being hard. Right. You two are led into the room by Vajra, and you see a river. Calm, peaceful. But as you two enter the room, you see James, you are on one side of the river. Zelaria, you are on the other side of the river. And you two are walking. And you get this immediate sense of unease. It's an unease neither of you have felt in a very long time. Very oppressing feeling. And as you're busy walking, you see Vajra speak to both of you and say, cast your shackles to the river to unlock your potential. And she disappears.
Cast your shackles to the river. Well, that sucks because all my about
The room is wide open. The room is wide open. It looks like a whole world inside the room. There's birds, there's flowers. It's just this one river. And as you look, it's just desolate field. All the way from one side. Both of you, you can see each other's side. But the river is wide enough that you can't cross it. You can hear each other, but you can't cross the river. What do you do?
Okay, I'll go and get on my knees at the river and just stick my hand in.
You put your hand in?
Huh?
You put your hand in?
Yeah. Do I feel anything? Is the water? Can I feel water? It's water.
You feel water? You feel everything?
Is it dark? Is it light?
Beautifully sparkling. The water is bright. It's sunny. Everything looks and smells amazing. That's it.
Because I don't feel I need to like cast any shackles off.
No.
So I'm like trying to look around. Do I notice anything else in the river? Do I see anything else around?
You look in the river and you see your reflection looking at you. But your eyes are a different color.
What color is my eyes? In the river.
They change. As the flow of the river goes, your eyes are going from red to yellow to green, and your reflections, you don't see anything.
Okay,
You see him looking at the thing. His reflection looks the same. But to you, your eyes are glowing differently, and your reflection smiles back at you.
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast
Your reflection.
my reflection.
Okay, cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay, 13 plus.
13 plus.
I want to just see. spell attack plus 6. So basically 18.
19.
Yeah.
You cast Eldritch Blast. Water everywhere.
Nothing happens.
Nothing. Your reflection stares back at you, still smiling.
And how
But
much?
you can't get out. Your hand don't move. You can't get out. You're stuck there. You're on your knees. Your hand is in the river. You feel the water. You don't feel anything grabbing you. But as you try and pull away,
Like I'm stuck.
you're stuck. Your reflection stares back at you. Your eyes. You notice the splash. You notice him trying to pull his hand out. Can't pull it out.
So I just walk up until the water edge, and I'm also looking inside, and I'm looking up and down the river to see whether there's a crossing or something.
There's no crossing.
No crossing.
It's no crossing.
And it's not a case of I can jump over the
Nope.
sides.
So I'm gonna just close my eyes and relax and see if that does anything.
Nothing.
Cast your shackles in the water. And that's why I find this very strange, because now we are stuck in a water, and I'm all about fire and burning everybody to cinders.
What you guys doing?
I'm trying to think, trying to think about what you can cast my shackles into the water, so I'm not.
You hear in your head
Okay.
very waterlogged voice you have not heard in a very long time, speak to you and say, I know you.
And this is the same voice that I heard that very first time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You are thinking too hard on this. Rely on me.
Okay. So
You don't hear anything.
I'm just watching him very confused.
I'll stick my head into the water. I'll let
You
go.
see him put his head in the water.
I'll let go. I just
Your
let go.
your head's not coming out.
I'm just letting go.
You let go.
Yeah.
So you put your head in. He's in the water. He's gone. He disappears completely. He disappears completely.
There's nothing much I can do, so I just take a leap of faith.
You
see.
jump in.
I jump in.
You jump in. Beautiful. Both of you, your bodies float. The river eddies go past you, but it doesn't drag you away. It just carries you. You both see the spinning images of Oberon and of the Great Old One.
Yeah, you could say the name.
You see Cthulhu. Neither of you recognize either deities.
Yeah, because I've never seen.
You've never seen Oberon, you've never seen Cthulhu. They both address you.
Okay. So I don't see hers. She doesn't see mine.
She doesn't see
Okay,
yours. You,
I
they
don't
they
even
both
see
see
him, though.
you.
No,
You both see each other.
We see each
You
other.
see Cthulhu. You see Oberon. They both see you. They both see each other. You two don't see either.
Okay.
You guys also don't hear each other, but they hear you. And Cthulhu turns to you and says, your self-reliance is admirable, but your shackles keep you down. Embrace. Rely. Worship. And get rewarded. I'll get to you in a second.
Okay.
You remember our deal, or shall I remind you?
Well. Hold on.
It's fine. There's a reason we're doing this. There's a reason we're doing this. There's a
I wanna
very
see-
particular
I just
reason.
I just want to see if there's that kind of deal.
It's not the conventional deal. Remember that, no? It's not the conventional shake hand kind of deal.
Yeah, no. Mine was like what he said to me with that other kid drowning,
Mhm.
trying to save
Mhm.
me running away was,
Mhm.
we don't need them, come with me.
Mhm.
I accepted the feeling. I thought it was maybe just in my mind.
Yep.
And I thought this is my opportunity to escape
Mhm.
to like a stable home, and
Yep. You took that.
I took James's
Mhm.
form.
Yes.
Okay. So I was like, I've accepted. I ran away from my parents, like I'm speaking to Cthulhu.
You don't hear anything. You see him. You see him speak to the void. That's what you see, but you don't see anything. You see him speak. His form's much different. Only you see this. His form is very much different to what you're used to.
Is she seeing my true form?
She's seeing your true form.
Okay.
You see her in a very different light.
Okay.
She's been very good at hiding it, but you see her horns glow, a bright golden glow.
Okay.
You see her body just faintly glow, a shimmering ruby red.
Okay.
You, James, if you'd like to describe your true form to her.
Well, she's not gonna know it's my true form, but she's gonna see this form.
Yes. She's not going to know it's your true form, but this is your true form. This is what she sees.
So let me. Okay, so I'm very, very grey. I have pitch black hair. I have silver grey eyes. And it's almost like a sheen, it's almost like a silver sheen skin. And it looks like it's like this dark mascara. My eyes are elongated like very big creature like. I have like very sharp features, very sharp jaw, and my black hair is almost to my shoulders, and it's like also it's shiny but pitch black.
But you're not in human form.
No, you don't see that. You see
You see this is his true form.
Yeah.
You don't know it's his true form, but
Yeah,
this
but
is his true
this
form.
is what I'm seeing, yeah.
You hear the voice in your head, James, say, "It is time to unlock who you are." Make a Constitution save for me, please. Oh my god. Oh dear.
Okay, what now? Is that good?
You,
Natural 21.
you, huh? That was a natural 2.
No.
You showed me a 2.
Yeah, the top.
I saw this.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's perfect. Never mind. Never mind. My bad. You feel.
I was killing you, yeah?
You see Cthulhu turn and meet you eye to eye. Humanoid form. You see him take his tendril and pierce your chest.
Okay.
Clean through. But you feel no pain.
Okay.
You feel suddenly lighter. Make an intelligence check for me.
Ooh, that's a 2. So wait, let's see. I might be intelligent. I have to bump it a little bit. Where's my...
I still don't see.
You
any
see
of this.
nothing.
I just see him
That's 3. It's
standing
bad.
there.
It's bad. It's
3. Oh dear.
It's bad.
Okay.
I'm very
You-
intelligent.
you
I'm
feel-
very straight.
Not.
You feel you feel your skin start to dry. You feel cold, tired. And he says to you, "Are you really willing to let go? Fight!"
Okay.
So you can either make a Constitution,
Yep.
or I'm trying to find the other one for that, or Intelligence, one of the two.
I'll do Constitution. Oh my god. another 2.
I will give you advantage on this. I will give you advantage on this.
Okay, there we go.
Because you know what to do here.
19.
19.
Yeah, 16 natural.
You reach out through instinct, grab him by the tendril,
Okay.
and through your own volition, nothing else, you say
As I
to
grab it, I want to ask you, what's your name?
he speaks to you and says, I am Cthulhu,
Okay.
and you have let your shackles go.
Okay, cool.
The shackles he was referring to was your own limitations.
Okay.
So he's unlocked your potential. That was close. He would have killed you.
Why?
He don't play.
No, I know they're bad. But
He would have killed you, and then we would go through a whole nother thing. But it's okay, because that thing was going to be long. That's a whole episode just for you.
Okay, no, it's cool.
But
Please don't.
you hold on to him, and you see little tendrils sprout from the main tendril you grabbed, and through your own volition you say, we had a deal. But it's in a voice that you have not heard. It's a voice that you have mimicked but have no recollection of. And the tendrils go in through your hand, and you see it pulsing dark ichor green
Okay.
into your veins.
That'll look very eerie.
You see him reach out, and his veins start going green. He disappears. You wake up on the riverbank.
Cool.
You
I'll
see the
confront you
image of a centaur being, long brown locks, very muscular. He pulls his bow and arrow out, notches it, and looses. Hits you in the shoulder. You take 1 point of piercing damage, because I rolled like cuck.
No.
He says to you, why do you allow vengeance to take your heart so? As he pulls out another arrow. Better speak.
It's been a long time. Where have you been?
3 damage. He hits you in the other shoulder. Oh, you know, Fey business, all those things. You should know by now the deal we struck. I don't keep too close an eye on you, but you haven't kept an eye at all. This deal is both of us. So care to explain why your heart has been so darkened, yet you lie to those around you? Holds another arrow. Better speak.
But I put in my armor. I touch my...
No,
I'm not
you
allowed
can't
to,
move.
and nothing happens.
You can't move. You're not moving at all. Thanks for the raid, whoever raided.
For realsies.
For realsies, thanks.
Shouted him out.
So he's busy shooting the...
He's
crap out of
shooting
me.
the hell out of you. What do you say?
I've yet to
7 points of
find-
damage. He shoots you in the leg.
Jeez. I haven't even gotten that far to see where or why these people...
Why do you lie to her? 8 points of damage as he hits you in the other leg. You are pinned to nothing. You are pinned to absolutely nothing. Yet you feel this immense pain.
Yeah, I just shake my head. Why are you doing this? I
Why?
haven't done anything to
Why
anybody.
do
I
you?
might be upset with them, but I have not
Why
gone that route.
do you lie to her?
Lie to who?
To your friend.
I haven't lied.
Why do you not tell her
She's
about
just-
your true nature? Why do you not tell her about us? Why do you not tell her about your deal? Are you afraid to hurt her? Are you afraid she might think differently of you?
No, she doesn't need to know to protect her.
You feel it pierce.
I'm gonna be killed.
You feel it pierce your chest. What's your HP on? You took
Don't
8.
know.
You took 8, 3, 4, 3, and 1. So 8, 3 is 11, 4 is 15, 4 is 19, 1 is 20.
So I'm dead. What?
You feel the life start draining from your body, but he walks to you. And you hear the galloping as unconsciousness starts taking you. And he holds you by the chin, just 2 fingers. And he lifts your chin and he says to you, "You don't get off that easy." He kisses you. You feel life pour back into you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arrows. Loose. You see him stand again, notched with an arrow. And he says, "Let go of the shackles that bind you. Trust in those around you. Stop being dishonest. Otherwise," you see the arrow approach your face and disappear. You see the very image of Fina lying in front of you, dead. And he says to you, "We all have our destinies. We all make our own choices. If you carry on, your choice will lead to death. Make one
Jeez.
constitution check for me. 1
Constitution, ja.
Is it good?
constitution.
Jy rol 20 en dan kyk jy wat jou constitution is. 14 plus.
14 plus.
Where do I
Swat,
find it?
swat.
It should be under your constitution.
You freaking hell.
We'll get it now.
Plus
There.
four.
Plus no. So it's 0. So
Jeez, I'm in trouble.
what is it?
It's 14.
14. He reaches over to you, gently puts his hand on your hand and says, "Even if we have a deal, even if it's vengeance you seek, dishonesty gets you nowhere.
She hasn't asked.
You haven't said." And you feel this power pulse through you. You almost feel nauseous. As the power pulses through you, you feel this light, very light green energy compared to what you saw with James. James, you see this. From the riverbank, you see the water splash up as a wall as Zalaria is pushed out into the atmosphere. And you see green hue around her as it carries her in the form of a centaur, but just a green hue, holding her in his arms, puts her down, and he whispers to you, and you only hear this: "You have passed."
How have I passed?
I
feel
need
like a failure.
Leadnor in here. You two may leave.
I don't know how I've passed. That keeps me thinking.
That's the point. That's the point.
See, everyone's just telling me, "Don't die, because we're blood hunter. Don't die,
Don't die. Don't die. Come to me, my blood hunter. Chat, after this session, we are going to take a break. So be aware of that one. It's going to be a short break.
Bye." Not yet.
You walk into a room, and it's reminiscent of your house. Very reminiscent of your house. Not the same shade of color, not the setup, but it feels very home.
Okay.
Feels like you know this place. You see Vajra guiding you in and telling you, "Let the shackles go." And she disappears.
Okay.
You see 3 doors in front of you open. One to your right, one to your left, one to your front. Which one do you take?
Left.
You walk through to the left. You walk into a large forest. You see fairies. You see toadstools. The smell of the forest hits you. It's a very pungent smell. And you see someone sitting ahead of you. Long, wavy black hair. Grey-skinned, grey eyes. And they're just staring off into the distance.
Ears. Pointy.
Pointy ears.
Do I recognize this person?
This is James. But a little different.
Older? What you said?
Older.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm just walking towards him and I'm just sitting down, like right in front of him. Not looking directly at him, but just sitting down in front of him, not next to him or anything. We've done that a lot, especially on the cliff, looking out over. It's kind of a thing we've always done. That's how we first met as well. Well, one of the ways we first met,
Yeah.
and then so I just go and I sit down, look at him a bit, and see what happens.
He just sits. He doesn't make eye contact with you. And you can see his face is very... It's aged quite a bit. He's got wrinkles on the side of his eyes. His eye sockets are a little bit sunk. And you see him, his hand is gone. He's got one hand. And he's just holding the same dagger that you saw in the Genasi shop. Dripping with blood.
Okay, so I first make a little bit of a joke to say, you know, you can fix your eyes and you look old, James.
He says nothing.
I'm keeping an eye on the dagger. Is it his blood? Has he cut himself? Do I see anything around that?
Nope. You just see blood trickling from the dagger. That's it.
How far away is that dagger from me?
You're sitting right in front. That dagger's, say, an arm's length away from you.
If I reach in front and I just touch the blood, can I do that?
You taste the blood. Tastes like blood. Doesn't taste like blood you're familiar with.
I'm looking around. Like, this is weird.
You see in the distance people you recognize. Townsfolk. People you've walked past. People you've seen. You also see James lying there.
Lying
You see James lying there.
straight towards, as close as I can, and I'm heading there. He's
Okay.
lying on the ground.
You see James there, but you also see James sitting there.
Which one looks to be the younger James, the one that I am?
The one that's lying on the floor.
I'm heading there straight away.
You head there. As you bamf, they just get further away. Every time. But the older James seems to be the same distance every single time.
His hand that's off.
Mhm.
Is it an old wound? Is it a
Old
new
wound.
Can I see if the James that's lying there has his hand off? Or
You can make a perception check because you're too far away.
let me just open my stuff up.
I think I got you here.
Perception should be +5.
Should be.
I think.
Perception is +5.
Gonna use my critical roll. Don't fuck me, Gil. Sorry. Natural 1, everyone.
Okay, so.
You go that side. Sorry.
That was such a good throw as well. You bounced off the chair.
Okay, natural
What's
1. So
There you go, natural 1. You look down.
Person to do a natural 1.
Yes, you were.
Okay, makes sense.
You look down at your hands, just instinctively, and you're shaking. And you see your form shimmer. And you hear the old James in a voice you have not heard in a very long time speak in your father's voice and say, "Why do you let these shackles bind you?" And he lunges at you.
The old James.
The old James. He lunges at you. Make an agility check for me.
Agility check.
Agility check.
So
Well,
no
you can
bonus
you
to
can
roll.
you can do acrobatics, or you can do, it's either athletics or acrobatics, one of the two.
Could it be
One of the two. That's what I meant under the agility. Sorry, my bad.
No, it's fine. I just want to make sure.
You could choose. It's either acrobatics or athletics. One of the two.
I am nimble, so I'm going to just try and
Yeah.
come back. Critical roll dice have let me know.
Damn.
16.
It's enough. The dagger misses your throat by half a centimeter. And you see the form shift into the form of your father. The hand comes back and he says, "Why did you allow yourself to be so weak?"
I'm still not drawing my blades.
He goes at you again. Make another athletics check. Athletics or acrobatics?
Natural 20. So 25 total.
You leap back on your heels, backflip. And as you land, your father stands behind you and puts the blade just to your throat and says, "You need to let go. You carry the world on your shoulders. It inhibits you." Make one more acrobatics athletics check.
17.
You instinctively kick off, bat the dagger out of his hand, grab it and hold it by his throat, and he disappears. And you see in front of you James, younger, in his true form, standing in front of you, and says to you, "Now you understand." The image fades, the dagger fades, the room fades. You stand in the middle of your house, unsure of what has transpired. Yet, deep within you, you feel power, unmatched, your form no longer flickering, your will stoic. Yet, you feel confused. The very image of your father both makes you happy and sad. Yet, iron-willed to ensure you want to find them.
As I'm in the middle of the house again, I've tried this many times before. I haven't been able to get to the fair realm at all. I haven't been able to shape it or to shift into a different plane.
Yep.
With that power, I'm trying to force myself to shift. I don't know if it's going to be to the fade plane. I'm trying to. I haven't been there long. I'm trying to force.
This would be. I got to think about this now. I'm going to say, do an intelligence check for me. I would say nature, but this is more of the intellect of where you want to bamf, of where you want to go. You're trying just to phase shift. Straight intelligence. That should be a +2 there. 11. You feel that power swell up in you, and you feel your body start shimmering in and out of reality. You feel the planes call to you. You don't know which one calls to you, but the exhaustion of seeing those in front of you you care for, either attack or dead, just keeps you from reaching it. But you start feeling that with more training and with more concentration, you will be able to pinpoint where you want to shift. You hear the sound of and a hand holds you on the shoulder and says to you, "Now you've let your shackles go." And it's the voice of your mother. "I am proud of you." And she disappears. The room changes. And you see Vajra standing in front of you. She bows her head to you and says, "Now you are strong enough." And that is where we're going to be taking a break. 15-minute break. We will be right back in 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Go grab some popcorn. Go grab some coffee. We will be back 15 minutes to round off this particular session.
And do I get my Order of the Ghost Slayer?
You get your Order of the Ghost Slayer. All right, chat. We will be back. 15
See you guys in a bit.
minutes. See you just now.
No. Next. That's better.
Cool. And welcome back, everyone. There was some intense stuff happening.
How dare you?
How dare you, sir?
What did I do? I didn't do anything.
What you did.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Okay? Some of you had fun, others of you did not. Okay? That's not my problem. Right. Welcome back, everyone.
Now, what the shit?
So where we left off, all of you have now done your training. Your deities/trainers have advised you whether you can come for the next day or not. It's up to your choice. But officially, you guys are now all level 3. They will be leveling up at the end of the session. So then we'll pick all of our skills, their paths, and this is where the game starts getting a little bit more difficult for you all. But congratulations, party. You are now level 3. You've gone through your respective training. And you guys are now led out, funny enough, by Vajra, each and every single one of you. So as you're being walked out, at the same time you see Vajra, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versions of Vajra while she is still standing. So you can tell Vajra does have the ability to cast illusions and allow her to move them while maintaining focus inside the main lobby of the tower. But she welcomes you and she says, excellent training done to all of you, and I hope you have learned something very valuable in each of your training. Some of you a little bit rougher than others. I can see the scars sitting both mentally and physically. The tower is open to any point in time in training that you all want to use, and if you have any questions, please ask ahead.
Aye, can we leave now? This place gives me the creeps.
Your beard is strangely pink. I haven't noticed.
Oh, thank you. That's the first person to not notice it first.
Oh, but I've noticed now. That's a
Aye,
rather...
You know, I'm not convinced I must have done it last night when I was drunk, but I don't think now in the light of day it's good in color as I must have thought.
That's a strangely pink beard.
Aye, so I think I'm going to go. How did Volo change his beard?
Oh, Novalo uses magic. He changes it when he wants to. Hold on, let me just... And she kind of like touches your beard. Oh. Oh dear.
Oh. Worse now.
That is a potion.
Oh. Where did I get a potion from?
Oh, I would not know, but yes, that is the work of a potion. It is magic. But unfortunately, the only way to get rid of that is to cut off your beard and your eyebrows.
Well, I don't mind losing the eyebrows. They'll grow back quick. But I ain't cutting my beard now.
You do know eyebrows take a very long time to grow back.
Dwarven eyebrows, very quick growth.
Not even dwarves.
Very bushy.
Yes,
Only took them 3 or
the
4
tower
years.
is open.
We'll find this one.
And at this point in time, you guys have been in the tower for the better part of the day. It is now almost nighttime. So for you, time seemed to have flowed quite a bit, but while that was happening, the event is now over. Most of the people have packed up. It's heading close to midnight. This is how long you guys have been in the training center. Most of you don't realize it, but a lot of you are beat up. You, James, notice here, there's quite a bit of blood trickling down your chest. You don't feel anything, but there is blood down your chest. You are mostly worse for wear. There's blood all over you. You're basically fine. You have quite a few issues on you. You two seem to be fine.
Question.
Yes.
The bands that I used, are those actually used?
No.
Just
No.
one
In
is
this
used.
realm, it's more of your training, and it's a different reality. And Vajra ushers you all out. You're basically in the streets. The tower kind of closes behind you. Streets are fairly quiet. The guards are out busy patrolling. You see them on the walls. You see them in the streets, ushering the last couple of people in. This is now more the nighttime life. You see a couple of the taverns lively. You see the yawning portal open, carrying on as usual. You hear a lot of music, a lot of noise. The night is yours. What do you guys want to do? But it is close to late night.
He has to fight at the yawning portal, right? Or which tavern?
What do we have to wait for?
At the yawning portal.
We're going to the yawning portal.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe some of y'all would need some rest. You look like you got stabbed there, James. You okay?
I feel okay.
The wound's closed, but there's quite a bit of blood that has trickled. And as you look down, you do see that your clothes all the way down are pretty much soaked in your blood.
I'm just gonna look at James. And be
I was
like,
just gonna go press the
look at his chest.
presentation and clean it all up.
I'm just gonna look at his chest and be like.
It's gonna take a bit of time, but I'm
supposed to
cleaning it
match
up.
with me.
So you guys see the aura around his hands have slightly changed to a little bit of a darker green. You also notice this as you're busy doing that, and it's a very strange type of hue that you're not quite used to. But it cleans off nicely. The blood disappears. There you go. Night's yours.
I need to clean myself up.
I look at myself and I just see holes in my clothes.
Fina, you are sweating profusely. you are sweating profusely.
Perhaps we should go get some rest before we go out tonight. I mean, I'm all up for some drinking and some fighting,
Well,
but y'all don't look so good.
The yawning portal's right here. We can
Aye,
rest, short rest, and
I
drink.
was confused.
I need a drink.
Let's get a drink then. Maybe we can get Durnan to give you a room.
I
to
don't
go
drink,
and
but I
change
need a drink.
into the room.
I take out the secret key we have. I'm like, we have a room here as well.
I forgot that he gave you that.
We should put a bed in here. Go in there.
Not now.
No, there was tables in the last time.
We're gonna sleep on a table. It's like a good dwarven bed.
I mean, wood is softer than
Open bed.
cloud, right?
It's much softer than stone. It's
Stone.
very comfortable.
And it's flat. There's no jagged things sticking out.
It's all the
Who
lizards.
wants to sleep on the table? Rest.
No,
Anyone?
bed.
Oh, okay.
Order a bed.
Okay, Miss Fancy Pants.
Built for comfort. Fancy
Anyway,
pants.
I'm walking towards the other portal so we can go there. I have a lot of money to bet
Cheeky
on him
shit.
and to make on him because people can underestimate him because he's weird. Like money, dude.
Yeah, as
I
I'm-
like spending money, I like making money.
So we're walking now to Yawning Portal. As we're walking, I'm going to start a conversation in Liadnor's mind. I was like,
Before you do that, when you hear him, you hear this sort of drone sound first, and it sounds like James's voice. Sounds like multiple voices now, not just his voice.
Does it
You
sound
don't
more
hear
like the older version that I heard or more like the younger version?
It sounds like him, that he currently is, but there's an overarching voice. It sounds like he's echoing in your mind now, not speaking to you.
Okay.
Okay?
yeah. So as we walk and quietly, I'm just walking now and speaking with my dad. Like, yeah. So I know where I got my powers from, and like I'll start giving him like the.
He won't know. Roll a history check, but you won't know his deity. Are you
Yeah.
telling him the
I'm
deity?
telling him
him everything?
This is
Roll.
the dude.
No,
Roll
no,
a
no,
history.
well, like let him tell me what he wants to
Yeah.
tell me and then we can see what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
So basically, I go over the story of I've told him in the water, like what happened in the water, and I'm saying, okay, so yeah, so I've made a deal with the entity, and I kind of want to get more information about this dude. But yeah, that's where everything comes from.
Do you know what it looks like?
I saw him, and it's beyond.
I mean, I know a bit about entities from the Fey realm. From
Yeah, so I'm telling you the
history,
name. You know,
Oh, okay. So you're actually telling me the
I'm
whole
telling
thing.
I'm telling you the whole thing.
holding
Yeah,
things back.
yeah.
Okay, so make a history check for me.
No, critical roll dice. You gave me a natural. Hold on. Proper dice JR.
You get to
Whoa!
live
Right.
live.
With the live, the
Yeah.
live tavern here.
Dead.
You're dead to
No.
me.
History, that is going to be.
That's a +4.
That's 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 12. That's not bad.
You
13.
13 total. So the name kind of rings a bell, but you haven't studied enough of otherworldly
Fey
beings.
fiend or undead?
He's not fey fiend or undead. He's not.
that, man.
He,
Always gonna say that.
he ain't that.
Sooner or later, that's gonna come in clutch. Okay.
Eventually, it did for your house, but fey fiend undead, he's not either of those. So you recognize the name, but not enough to the point where you where it gives you any recollection. It sounds familiar. You've heard of people worshipping this deity and making deals, but you don't know the extent of who this deity is.
Yeah.
I pass that across to him.
But again, you still hear in your head multiple voices. It's more like high pitch, low pitch. Nothing demonic, but it's completely different to what you've heard before. He doesn't hear it though.
Sure. So, I don't think I've heard of that entity, but I don't know a lot about it. I can always check in my house if it comes up with anything, if I talk with the house, maybe there's history there, maybe there's interactions there, but I think we should do that when the party's not there, then
This is not. Yeah, it's like this is not a rush. I don't think this is gonna go away anytime soon, buddy. So we'll take our time and then continue walking to.
I just tell you in your head, you look good when you're No,
His
there's
face.
white hair and everything.
Yeah.
Not like
No,
a romantic or sexual,
I
just
know.
like,
It was just like
pretty good
it's the
with
most
her.
random thing ever. Check his face.
One day when you're old, you're gonna look good.
Okay.
I'm still James.
And
right?
no.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know, but I saw you the way that you're just a little bit older, pointy ears. You look good when you're old.
Anyone else want to do anything?
No, walk you to the tavern.
You guys walk in the tavern. It's not as busy as usual. A lot of people are tired from the fishing trip. A lot of people are tired from the event. You see Durnan just chilling there, wiping tables. He's got his hammer out on the table. During this time, it's generally a busier time for the tavern, especially during the day. A lot of people get a lot drunk. The winners normally come for their free drink at the Yawning Portal, and that's kind of where all the story starts. Luckily, this year, you don't see broken tables. You two especially. Every year when you come there around this time, there's broken tables. More often than not, that you don't realize either Zorbrek was part of the breakage, or the winners got a little bit drunk, had a bit of a fight, and generally these are stoic individuals, big, large, hulking men, women, genders of all different types and races of all different types of things happening at the Yawning Portal. So you walk in, it's not that busy, there's quite a few customers. Durnan sees you walking in and immediately notices you, Zorbrek, and goes, "What the fuck?"
Hi, it's a new beard. I'm trying. I'm not sure I like it, to be honest. But it turns out I can't get rid of it easy.
You see him turn, take one of the half-drunk tankards of ale and just...
Oh, can I get one of those?
He just pulls it. He had one in his left hand and he just like slams on it. He doesn't even acknowledge you. Listen, and he stares over that way, but he's talking to you.
I have heard.
This is gonna make me a lot of money.
I understand that Volo has set up challenges for you, but that will only happen from tomorrow onwards. And he's got his eyes closed because the beard.
It'll take some time to get used to. I was thinking though, it might not be so bad if my hair on my head was not a different color.
Leave.
Oh. Okay.
No.
Here's your ale.
We're not gonna
Go sit
fight
down.
it, we can just walk over.
I've had enough for one day, and you can see
I'll come back tomorrow.
Durnan is tired. Okay, so just to paint the picture for you, Durnan is tired. You can see he's actually very tired. He's got his hair out of his pony and it's like shoulder length down. He's got his shirt mostly tied up. You can see Durnan has had a pretty rough day. Bonnie is slouched over on a chair. She is out like a light. She is done. You see most of the medical staff also slouched in the chairs, just lying there. You could tell it's been a pretty rough day for everyone at the Yawning Portal, and the last thing Durnan wants is another bar fight. So he's made sure that the fighters only start from tomorrow onwards. And you see at the construction of where the well was, they have now closed off the well. And from where it is, it seems that they're making an actual ring for here. You see these large poles drilled, almost cemented into into the thing, almost like a square type thing. Very tightly turned ropes, brown, but sort of like a dark oak brown, and where the circle was, they've now closed it off. And you can't tell, but just by looking at if they just put a plank over so that people fall through. But it seems like this is pretty sturdily made so that should something large come through, it won't fall straight through the well. And this has been going on for the last week. So you get the feeling that they have tried to fill up the hole, and it seems like it has been a success. As you guys have been doing your training and going through everything, a lot has happened in that time because of this incident that happened previously at the start of your adventure.
Yes, I think let's head back to our tavern. I mean, if we're not going to be fighting here, we can see how the bunnies do. How long theirs do.
And then we can get you a bed without having to pay for it.
Mm.
Okay,
Leave.
so-
Maybe I don't have to pay for this.
Get out! Get out! It's on the house. Just get out. You hear him?
Aye.
You hear him just to say, "Get out!
Please.
I want to close up. I want to sleep. The last thing I need is you bunch causing chaos. Get out of my tavern." And he's made sure everything is closed. So he shoos you guys out after a little bit of deliberation. You guys are standing in front of the yawning portal at the tavern spot. The tavern door closes, and with an actual resounding thud, a little bit rude from his side, but you can understand this time of year he is having quite a bit of time, having to clean, having to sort out issues. And you guys are standing there. The guards are patrolling. It's getting close to midnight, so the evening is yours. So do you guys head back to your tavern?
We might as well go back.
Okay. So it takes a good
As we're
yes.
like walking past, just want to talk a bit to the guys. As we're of course walking and talking, guys look a bit rough already.
So okay. So what you don't notice is you're also you're a bit stoic, but your form has shifted. Not noticeably that it's enough that it radiates, but you're currently in fire form, not in your other form.
But remember, I do have the
Yeah,
makeup and the mask
you've got the
style
clothes and the
everything,
mask, everything, but here. So everyone seems to be a little bit affected by everything.
Gotcha.
And just to give you an idea, because you guys have been focused on this, you are still pretty much that image is stuck in your head. You are a bit shaken. You guys are shaken. You're shaken. You guys are all not well, and there's still this. You guys can't shake it. There's still this very dark feeling around you. You just can't pinpoint what, but it does feel like there's something.
I mean, that's why I want to.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking because, like, what happened? Stop.
Well,
Just looking at you.
It was a bit strange for me. I suppose it was equally weird for each of y'all. But what's it, Batra person? Is it some sort of magic conjured people from my hometown? She knew lots about me. More than I told her, I'm sure. I said I passed some training, but I don't know what I do. What about you? Something weird happened? Don't look mighty upset. I mean, training's one thing, but that was a lot of blood, James. And
Yeah,
all
it
your
was.
clothes are torn. That new cloak of yours, is it okay?
I haven't received it yet.
Oh, well, that's good.
It's a good day not to wear it.
Yeah, good day not to wear
I
it.
look towards you now as well, and I'll be picking on you a bit. Still upset. with
I'm
what
still
I
just
see.
covered in blood.
Yeah, that's all like.
No, I'll definitely clean up everybody as we go. I'm just cleaning up.
Okay, so am I clean now?
Yeah, you're clean.
Damn it.
So, a lot of you guys seem to be fighting. What happened to you? Side monk.
Roll a history check for me.
I'm not burnt
Nope.
anymore.
No.
I'm just saying.
No, you have no idea who the Sun Monks are.
That makes sense actually.
You have no idea
Yeah,
who
no,
the Sun
no.
Monks are. I just wanted to see if you could recollect. No, you have no idea. Anyone else want to try before I carry on? I just want to make sure if you guys want to know. Say if you want to know something. Always do that.
I
DM to
just
players.
want to know how am I going to get hold of my patron because I am now livid at what happened. And I'm like so confused.
I'm looking towards you now because I'm looking towards everyone. What happened?
Hey.
Nothing I want to discuss right now. But I look at Fina with a sadness in my eyes, saying I'm actually betraying a friend in a way, but I'm not saying it out loud. But I look
in
with
your-
sadness at her.
And I look to you now as well. 'cause she looks at you.
I kind of had a similar thing, but yeah,
Really great.
no.
And you guys notice as you look at her, she's not the usual smile, happy expression. There's definitely something that has spoken to her that weighs heavy, but it's up to her if she wants to talk about it or not.
How would I now get to a point that I can somehow get to see my patron?
You have that crest you touch every time you cast a spell. Same with James when he does stuff with whatever he uses to channel the power. No, I'm saying if you channel power from your deity through whatever means, that's how you communicate with them. So whatever he chooses to use, he does that. Whatever you choose to use, you use that. But we'll get to you.
coming after level 3.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But we'll get to that. That's it's DM explaining to Warlock.
No,
That's how it does. He knows. I'm just using him as an example. Eventually, when he gets to that point where he has to use something to summon power from his deity, it will be something physical, and through that you learn to communicate with your patron. But remember, whether or not they want to communicate with you is up to them and their personality. Remember, it works differently for a priest versus a warlock. A priest deity listens because they actively worship. You guys made a deal. Your patrons can tell you, I don't want to do anything with you. That's how it works for a warlock. That is. So he could speak to his patron, and his patron can go, Senor. There you go.
Okay.
Same with yours.
Knowing this city, would I know of any place where it's a little bit more seedy, likely for a fight to break out? Pretty much I'm looking for just to release some stress and tension.
So you know that these slums are basically mostly where most of your like illegal street fights happen. But you can see that the amount of guards in the city would likely cause you to get into quite a bit of trouble. Even around this time of year, there's more guards deployed in the slum areas because of the event and how many people get drunk and theft and that kind of thing. They are more actively deployed, and this time they sort of care more because they've always had like a nonchalant attitude to the poorer areas of Waterdeep. But this time, because of how important the poorer areas are, because they do all this trade, it is a little bit more busy than usual, but by the next day, everything's back to normal.
So I can't just blow shit up.
No.
Well,
Damn.
You guys,
I need to
okay,
blow
so
shit up.
I gave you all a piece of paper. That paper tells you what you can and cannot do. One of those things is blow up things.
Damn.
That right there is sentenced to death. Illegal street fights, there you go.
I read that part.
Mhm.
I didn't read the other one.
Most of the things that you want to do that's illegal will either land you up in jail or you'll likely have
yeah, I've committed almost all of them.
exactly and haven't been caught. So
Haven't been caught yet.
I
yeah,
won't get caught.
I love it.
yeah, well, if we're not going to be able to do any of that stuff, just heading back to our tavern at the moment.
Okay.
Because I want to go to sleep and just actually head back there. If people are going to stay awake and drink, great. Otherwise, I'm going to head to my home because I just want to get this night day on the way.
So you've asked us, what about sharing your experience?
Hey, what happened to you?
Your hands look a bit weird.
Probably like the first time that I've noticed it.
Mm.
Like my face should hopefully still remain
Your face is
kind of
still-
the same.
Face is
other
still
than
the
eyes,
same.
But yeah, I just saw my parents again.
Hey, me too. Did you have to punch her too?
What the fuck?
Hey! It was not a good day.
Yeah, I was like,
Why are you punching your parents?
Are you okay, man?
No, I had a bad day. I think I'm just gonna go and drink something at the tavern and then hit the hay.
Be careful. The last time you drank.
maybe that's why.
Maybe that's
why
why.
your beard is pink.
Because you hit your parents. How dare you?
No.
Because you drank too
You know
much.
what, my parents? Let's be clear here. Damn Bachelor woman. What?
Roger's a woman.
Okay, good.
He's like,
Woman
wait, shit.
beater.
Aye, but I don't want to think about it more. Let's get some sort of good drink. Maybe my beard would be a better color in the morning. I wonder where I got that potion from. Maybe if I drink a bit more, I'll remember. Come. This is our tavern anyway.
I think we need to find out what exactly is in that beer. I'll find out from our sources.
Where were we drinking last night?
Who are the guys that are giving us the beer again?
Oh, that's the halfling folk.
Yeah.
Not so you guys know. I have it, yeah.
Peabody.
The Peabody.
Peabody's.
Did they spike our beer?
I doubt it.
No, I'm asking him.
I mean, if they did, it would have affected your whole.
It's Matilda, isn't it, that's helping us out?
Yeah.
Oh, was I right?
Yeah. Guys,
Yes.
let's go have a look and see how how Tyler Bunny did. To be honest, actually a good man. We just wanted to give him a bit of stick. So,
Yeah, I've heard of them too.
So let's go
Okay,
have a look.
so you guys start walking, and funny enough, your tavern is full. There are actually people waiting outside on the line, and you guys hear Tyler Barney and the band carrying on, and there's a particular song that you guys have heard, especially you two and Zorbrek. This kind of goes there, and
Bunny lies over there.
he's
My Tyler.
close. Close.
Over the ocean.
No, he's singing, and as you guys are walking in, huh? No. They're busy carrying on, and he's busy strumming, and you can actually physically see the music being played. So this is a very, very, there's part of this whole show that he does, and he's actually very magical. And as he's busy singing, and he gets to the end, and you just see Matilda running around with ale, and the kegs are going. You see gold, like as you see there by the bank. There's a fairly decent amount of gold. So you guys are making quite a bit of money here. And as the beer is going and everything he catches your eye.
Question, what
Yes.
race is he?
Oh, he's human.
Oh, is he human?
He's human.
Yeah.
Full blood
I was
human.
wondering.
He's human. And he turns, and as you see, he's busy speaking, and he strums, and he says, I'd like to dedicate this next song to the beautiful owners of this, especially the lovely Fina. And he starts busy strumming. He's like,
What did I do?
and you hear this.
Small.
He brings out this guitar, like small little one. He goes, and he plays a little diddle, and he goes, "It's our tiefling, our beautiful tiefling, stabs you when you're sleeping, heals you when you're down," and everyone's like, they've got their little hands up in the air, and they're going. Huh? Morningstar. Your Morningstar and your book, that's dead giveaway. Remember, he's traveled far. He's traveled he's seen all kinds of people. He's probably gotten into his fair share of trouble, so he basically pinned you as a tiefling. But he's carrying on, everyone's putting up their hands and just carrying on with the song. Yeah, they're loving it.
I'm just rolling my eyes at this lot. All you need to do is take a hammer and hit him over the head with those hearts going on around there.
Play whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Whack-a-mole.
Don't hit him. He seems to be doing a perfectly fine job. Aye.
Are you guys saying this out of earshot?
Yes.
No, yes.
Because remember, the tavern is still a bit lively, but since he started singing, everyone's like calmed down, and it's a little bit more of a soothing, trying to get the night out so that people go. So just, are you guys saying this loud, or are you keeping it quiet? Because the tavern's not that lively anymore. Oh, so you're not saying this out of earshot? You're saying this loud?
No.
No, we are. No,
Just
no,
making
no,
sure.
no.
I'm making
I
sure.
don't
Poor-
want to scare the crap out of the guy.
Oh, no. He sees you coming in after he sees her, and his facial expression just goes from... But he's still keeping the beat. He's still going. He's very professional. He's had his bar fight. He's just never really seen a dragonborn look that furious and that scary. And he just went when he saw her, because she was, she's not smiling like her normal thing, and the warm smile kind of like eased the thing. And then he sees you, and he's like. And the orcs are just there strumming away. They're doing their thing, handlebar mustaches and that kind of thing.
We call the tavern again. Was it like Lift
The Live Here Tavern.
Here Tavern.
Live here tavern.
And guys, we've been asked a lot of times what our pollination is, especially when it comes to contracts that we're taking out. I think we should spend some time and think about that.
Oh, it's an interesting suggestion.
That's if you guys want to stick around. I mean, we're getting in decent money here. I think we need to stop looking at those galleons, or those dragons, sorry. Those dragons, because there's a few things I want to do with them. So before we even start on that, we need to know who's staying and who's leaving. I asked you that earlier, like, oh, I just go where I want to go. So if you're going to stay with us, then you're going to stay with us.
Yeah, for now.
I have some unfinished business.
Yeah,
She's not giving you shit.
She's not. She's just giving you like that straight smart-ass answer. That's all you're getting. You can roll an insight if you want to. She might be bluffing you, might not. Insight check. Are you doing it?
No, because you want to inside check me, come.
+5. I'm rolling crap,
Have
so
nothing.
I'm gonna do a natural one again.
So we need
That's
Power's on.
There we go. Yay! Everything survived.
the kettle.
coffee.
Okay. All right. So.
Any suggestions?
Okay, so before we carry on, chat, if they want to go make coffee, whoever wants to make coffee, go ahead and make coffee, go
After
do
the
what you
kettle
want.
boils.
After the kettle is boiled, we will continue with what we're doing here. So don't mind the players leaving. Everyone is at the tavern, calming down, they're doing their thing.
Aye.
I know you had a suggestion about a group name that we can use for
Oh,
things.
and I look at our hands with the mark, and it's like, well,
The black spots.
obsidian hand.
Okay, so
Oh,
it's
that's better.
more.
What is
Okay,
that?
so
Pirates, yeah.
just to clarify, it's on the front of your hand. Here.
Oh, you said it was here.
No.
You said it was here.
The
said it was
the stone is over there. There. This is where.
So
So
there's
so
two
the
different
stone sits here.
Yeah.
So it sits on the front of your hand
Yeah,
like
the
This is
that.
the stone set, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the
And
stone
this one
set.
here?
There's nothing here yet. But to give you clarification where it sits,
Oh, okay.
it's more like this. So it's pointing up like so. If you look at your
Yeah.
hand like this, it's more from there, from the thumb, that way.
Yeah, and then the shape is what again?
It's like an obsidian diamond shape. It's literally like a
that.
thin.
So that.
So a little bit thinner, kind of like a rhombus style.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but
so
it's
like
like
this, but like thinner.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say obsidian hand. It's like something that ties us together. I'm not sure.
You know I had forgotten about this spot.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I remember I tried to cut mine out, or he tried to cut it out. I tried to
Oh.
burn it off.
It makes me real worried, you know. Everybody seems to know more than what's going on than we are.
I don't like that.
No, me neither.
I really don't like that. Obsidian
Not
is good.
good, eh?
No, other suggestions, please.
Like he's sitting there.
I mean, it's scary, which is good. Especially with all of the. Let's use
Live Tavern
obsidian.
Defense
I'm not
Force.
I'm-
The LTDF.
So, okay. I look around to see is anyone listening in or anything like that.
Everyone's minding their own business. It's
Okay.
it's
I'll
late at
keep-
night.
I'm really keeping an eye out because I don't want anyone
Make
to hear.
make
what I'm listening.
make a perception check for me. It's not an investigation. This will be perception.
Perception
Does
is 5, so
does anyone want to help him?
Sure.
16 plus 5.
It's
so
21.
21.
No, you
Never mind.
you see a couple of people like look at the dwarf with the unbelievably pink beard, and just like kind of murmuring between each other, like okay, no, but no one seems to be paying mind to you guys. They know you're the owners. You've been renowned now throughout Waterdeep for your deeds and what you've done so far. You're getting a little bit more notice, and because you brought the tavern back to life, a lot of the upper class individuals are finding themselves enjoying the place a little bit more, and because you have Tyler Bonnie and the band coming to play, that's literally the name. It's Tyler Bonnie and the band. That's the name of the band.
I have an idea here, guys.
Wait.
We know there's Zentarum, right? There's a lot of different factions inside of Waterdeep. We know there's like the Xanathar Guild. There's all of these competing factions which seem to be coming up quite a lot now, and I'm also looking at you especially. I wonder if it's time maybe that maybe there's a name that starts floating around called the Obsidian Hand. No one knows who they are, and we can have some fun.
Oh, like a secret club.
Yeah, like secret. But secret.
Aye.
With no lizards.
No, look.
You can stay though.
I just raised an eyebrow at you.
You guys did
So,
hash this out. So it's a joke. I just
do you
reminded
like your pink
you to hash
beard?
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure that I do.
So, like,
A lot of stairs.
I mean,
This
I'm
is
not saying
this is
everything-
all your fault, by the way. DM to player, this is all your fault.
I don't love it.
And he's very happy with himself.
So, one of the reasons why I'm saying this is I don't like people getting people that don't have it. And the past year or so, a few of these factions have started intruding in things that I don't like. I think you guys know exactly what I mean. Coercion,
No.
bullying.
Aye.
I think maybe Black Hand can step up a bit.
Black Hand?
Obsidian Hand.
It's chicken.
Yeah, Obsidian Hand actually sounds better.
Actually, I did say Black Hand.
Black Hand.
I was like, I think maybe there should be a few flyers sent out tonight. Maybe a few. We can have some fun throughout the night and introduce the Obsidian Hand a bit.
Lord of the Rings.
Or don't you want to?
I think
You know, I'm just looking to
I'd be
I
more.
do it.
cause
I-
chaos.
yeah. I like doing things a little bit more classy. So when we do something and it's done, we can leave the mark.
I was just about to say that. We must have a mark or something
Okay,
to
but-
prove,
hold
but
on,
they
hold on.
don't know who it
But
is.
then
Yeah.
tomorrow we all need to get gloves to cover these because
Yep.
we don't want
Yeah.
to see this. So when I think fingerless gloves, one
Oh,
on one hand.
I was hoping to get some good spiked gloves formed with my armor and make sure that it covers it up good.
I think I might be wearing gloves.
That guy.
I think I might be wearing gloves. I'm not sure.
No,
No.
maybe.
Got hand wrap.
Maybe.
But I
As
think
you guys are
that-
having this conversation,
I think we need to
you
ask
hear
Matilda.
utter silence. There's not a single sound around you.
I was keeping watch the whole
What the
time.
hell?
Did I see anything happen?
You don't see anything happen. You hear utter silence. You
I see
don't.
people talking.
You don't see anyone.
Where's
I
everybody
don't
gone?
see anyone.
You don't see anyone. You've been keeping a keen eye,
Are we
but
still,
in the blink of an
We're
eye,
still
you guys
sitting.
are still
are
sitting.
we still sitting at the
In the blink of an eye, there is no one in the tavern.
Cutting my thumb.
Jump
Cut
up,
your thumb.
Chair flies back.
Jump up your chair.
I mean,
Flies
And,
back.
and I'm sitting under the table with my
Hey,
hand.
and natural one on the plus four, so I only take 1 point of damage though, but it's imbued and it's
My
level 3
quarter
now.
staff is out.
Yeah,
So
and
you
I've
do
got
that.
My,
You
my
got
hand-
your staff out. Anyone else?
My hand's under the table and I'm swirling my fingers and I've got this flame going on.
Yeah,
I'm
In
holding
my-
action.
Just keeping my eye
keep it
open.
anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys will actually see
Bad.
my weapon. This is the first time that this actually happens. All around me, it's bright light. So those that don't have dark vision, etc., from now on, if I do this, you will actually have light around you, so you'll have vision.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'll have
I
to put my hand on my
do that, and there's just
Put
this
your hand
on
aura
your
around.
stone.
So it's gotten, has
You-
it gotten darker inside
You,
the tavern?
it's gotten dark.
So at least you guys can see around.
So,
us.
as you guys are busy doing this, the light inside the tavern starts growing dimmer and dimmer. You still hear no sound.
Oh, I don't like this.
You put your hand on your morning star. You feel the warmth of Anubis's hand hold you on your shoulder and say to you, "This is your destiny." Each of you feel a searing pain in your hand.
What?
Same
Where
here.
are markers?
Same marker. And on the equal opposite end of the black stone, a bright white, similar shaped stone
Come on!
forms on your hands as your vision blackens
Ebony,
and fades.
ivory.
And as your vision returns to you, you see a city, bright white courts, windows paned, different colors. You see a knight on a horse, raising his sword. The sword enchanted, but none of you recognize the inscriptions. And the warrior raises his sword and says, 4, and the voice muffles. 4, and he says something, but none of you catch it. None of you. He just says 4, and it mumbles. You see armies of knights clad in white armor. You see individuals carrying scrolls, carrying large books, clothed in white, raising their hands, summoning bolts of pure white light. At the horizon you see a dark cloud, the same image you saw the very first time. A face, shapeless, formless, only eyes of red. And you hear in your heads, your fate is your destiny. Fina, you hear, for Camelot.
Oh shit, okay.
You hear, for Camelot.
She's the only one that can hear.
She's the only one that hears it. All of you hear in your head, your fate is your own destiny. Or your fate is your destiny. Your vision returns. You grasp the air around you. You hear noise. You hear tavern ambience. You hear Tyler and the band continuing to strum away.
So that's
You
what
see.
Like that. That's it.
No.
Or is it like that?
So we'll go down. One over there, large gap, one on the equal opposite.
Or there.
There and there.
Oh, here.
Like that.
Here.
So like this.
Oh.
Ah, yeah, I thought it was like
No,
pointed to each other.
like
So
that.
One is here and one.
So black one, white one.
Well, I just look over. Well, there goes my name.
Hold on.
All of you, make a Constitution save for me, please.
Oh, that's a good one. Finally. Finally a good one.
Oh, fuck.
I get good luck and you all fucking die.
Okay, hold on. We'll start from the left side of the table. It has nothing to do with Fae, Fiend, or Undead.
Yeah, no. So just straight constitution.
Straight Constitution.
16.
16?
This Constitution.
I've got 11 plus 2.
No.
On your Constitution?
I
I
got
think you're plus 0.
I got a 2 plus a 0.
Oh, okay. Fina?
So what's the 11 then? Nick?
That's your base Constitution.
10.
10, okay?
Dirty 20.
Dirty
Dirty
20,
20.
natural 20 or just
Dirty
20,
20,
20
so
total?
19 plus 1.
Okay, yeah.
12.
12?
17, 16 plus
See, finally, we were all good.
You're fine?
2.
You throw up? 10. You throw up? You're fine?
12.
You throw up. All of you from that vision,
Presentation.
you immediately feel this unbelievable vomit, and you vomit this white ichor out of yourselves. Pure white ichor coming out of your bodies.
Am I vomiting on him sitting next to me?
You can vomit on him if you want to.
I'm gonna jump back from the table.
You vomit on top of Zorbrek. Zorbrek,
Presentation.
Zorbrek, what's your base constitution?
Lots.
He's a dwarf. He should be fine.
Yeah, 18.
Yeah, no, that doesn't phase you. You're just like, okay, this is happening.
I just clean up for them. I just clean up for them. It's fine. Clean up for them.
Everyone in the tavern has now either left or has come to check on you guys to see if
My
you're
face
okay.
is still green. And I'm
Matilda
like,
comes, she checks if you guys are okay. She's going, what happened? Was there something in the drinks? You guys haven't even had anything yet.
No.
It's like,
That's the
no,
problem.
It was in
no.
the drinks.
We're just going through some stuff. Don't worry, Matilda.
Okay,
It's not training.
may I close up shop? It's way past midnight, and I need to get home.
No problem.
Aye, close up. I could
Thank
use
you
some
so much.
sleep.
Thank you so
Way
much.
too much.
Oh, profits for today. We made a killing. Here's 2,000 gold.
Whoa.
You guys made a killing today. You did. The combined thing of Tyler,
This is
as
profit,
well
or is
as the
this-
fishing,
This
and
pure
because
profit. Is this
pure
pure
profit or
No.
not?
this is pure profit.
Pure expense.
Pure profit. This is pure profit. This is after all the expenses. Your barkeep keeps tabs of all the expenses. So this is pure
I
profit.
look astonishingly at it, I get up and I walk towards
You
Tyler
get
Bonnie.
up. Your legs are wobbly.
Yeah, but I'm sort of going towards Tyler Bonnie. And then I stand in front of him and I grin and I grip him and I hug him.
He just lets out this howl that's just like ear pitching, and the orcs are like, whoop. Wha- and then they come and they hug too, and they're like, yeah, we want to be part of it too. So now Tyler's just like, he's going red in the face, and
333 gold. Everyone, keep in mind that's on top of the 166.
Yeah, 333. Damn, I'm a rich bum.
okay,
I mean,
night's yours.
we were about to call ourselves the Obsidian Hand.
Is this gonna happen again?
I'm nearing 2,000 gold.
Damn.
Yes.
In pocket.
Where?
In pocket.
I mean, if we want, we can always do two things.
Oh, but
With contracts, we can be called the Ivory Hand, and that can be clean.
oh.
And whenever we go against some of these factions, we put up a obsidian diamond shield. I mean, it's close enough. People might put two and two together, but that's cool.
If only they were on the other hand.
That's some
One on each
tricky elf
Yeah.
bullshit. I like it.
Tricky old bullshit.
So the
It's not your
contracts
glove.
with the Ivory Hand were nice and clean. But
You don't
when you want
use
to cause some
asses.
chaos with the obsidian.
But nobody
Just
knows.
turn around.
Nobody, everyone, people will know the Ivory Hand, yes.
Yeah.
But no one should know we're the obsidian. What do you think?
Fighting for
I
justice.
like this.
Happy with any
I mean, our justice.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm looking at you all.
Okay.
Continue.
Why should you
Play
have
game.
some-
Play game. Don't mind me. I'm watching the story unfold.
Okay. Perfect answer.
She already has the dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put them up. Ivory and ebony dice. Love it.
I mean, actually, yeah, but we're obsidian. You know,
Obsidian. Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to be DMCA struck just by saying
No.
obsidian Ivory all the time.
No. Okay. The night is still yours.
And I am going
You see the barkeep whose name I'll remember next session. Just come and clean up the white ichor, and he doesn't understand this. He doesn't understand why this throw-up is pure white. It's pure white.
Someone sample it quickly.
Gross. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't think you want to
Did
touch
you
that.
So,
find out what it
I
is?
actually have alchemist supplies.
Oh.
I did not know that. From earlier, we were talking about a few things. I'm just gonna take a little scoop and stopper the vial up and just put it away.
Aye.
You can always talk
Sure.
to Volo about this.
Hey, maybe he'll know. Well, that Vatra woman seems to be
Can
quite
I
powerful.
just look at it and see if I can understand anything? I've got proficiency.
Do
in medicine.
a medicine check. For
I've
me.
got proficiency in medicine.
Nice.
I was about to ask
Do you
about-
want to help her? Then I'll let you do it at advantage. Either one of you throw twice, or you both throw.
I've got plus 5.
I've got also plus 5.
We both roll.
Okay, you both throw.
No, I've got none. I have 10.
14.
14 plus 5 was
19.
19. This is magical.
Oh, for shit's
This
sake.
is
Magical
pure-
vomit.
This is pure magic.
I'm giving her a vial, and
I'm
I'm
just
keeping a
This is
vial.
pure magic that is not from this realm.
Oh.
It's not anything you've seen.
So
it's
we
not
need to
anything-
scoop up all
We
this
got
vomit.
magic vomit.
There's no magical properties to it that would help you in a fight. It's still vomit, but it is pure magic from a different.
You can throw it in someone's eye.
It is from so with that roll you discern.
Nikki. She's killing herself, yeah. Fina, focus.
It's gonna make me.
I'll wait. Don't worry. She's finished.
You can be so glad you just
She's
did
going
what
to
you
be
said.
taking them and throwing them with vomit in a fight.
fight.
She wants to throw it in their mouths.
You said you can't use it in a fight. I can use it in a fight.
Does have a oh my god.
Imagine
I think I'm about to have magical vomit. Oh no.
I'm gonna punch vomit in the face.
Welcome
Imagine
to
like
being a
a
DM.
vagina
Oh
fist that
my-
comes out.
no!
Just like,
Everything you say, canon will be used against you.
You will not be allowed to do that. Thank you, please.
Can I light that vomit on fire? Will it burn me
I
on
will
fire?
I will kill all of you.
Yes! Grab me a vial.
No, you can't. Anyway, from that
Why not?
medicine check, you discern that it is magic not from this realm.
I was like, it's magic vomit.
And it is only vomit. It has no destructive properties. It has nothing else besides just being vomit. Still smells like vomit.
Magic vomit.
Still tastes like
Looks
vomit.
like vomit and
tasting
tastes
it?
like vomit.
Oh well.
They did.
Oh my gosh. No man.
That's not how I meant them tasting it. But while y'all folk
Can we not-
deal with the vomit, I'm gonna
Can
go
we
sleep.
not somehow do some sort of history check on our vision as to the city?
You can? You can?
while they do that, I'm gonna go to bed. I
I-
Okay, so you got okay. Who's all going to bed?
Me.
1,
I
2.
need a
Before you do that,
shower.
I actually want to, especially when she's talking about the city, perhaps, does it have any recollection to like a fae kind of thing? The setting, not the city,
No.
but the setting,
No.
nothing to do with the fae.
Nothing to do with the Fae realm.
Mostly. So good.
I'm curious about the city.
I did hear something. What did I heard two things.
Camelot.
Well, you didn't.
You didn't hear.
You didn't hear. I heard.
Yeah, I said I'm
Yeah.
telling you what you heard. So I'm not saying.
Yeah.
Out,
Yeah, yeah.
I heard your fate is your destiny.
I
Same thing
heard
we've
the
been hearing
same,
all the time.
but I also heard for Camelot.
Camelot.
Yes.
That's the muffled up one.
What's Camelot?
I don't know.
No idea.
No idea. Mystery check.
Monk!
You
You
can.
know shit.
Where's the monk and no shit?
The monk has gone to bed.
Yeah.
The monk has gone to bed.
We need the monk to see if
One
she
of
remembers
you can go fetch her.
We can speak with her in the morning.
Do it. See if you can know anything.
Stories
Can I? Oh, I
14.
14 plus.
plus what? History. What's
I think you get plus 2.
Oh, plus
Plus
one. Plus 4.
don't. 18.
That's 18.
Zelaria on history.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's
So why do I
proficient
have
in
plus
history.
2 and why? Oh, you're proficient. Oh.
She's proficient in
So that is total
18.
18. You have never heard of Camelot. Unfortunately, it's a very good roll. You have never heard of Camelot. Never ever. The name doesn't ring
And
a
I'm
bell.
trying
You've never
to-
heard it.
And I'm just trying to figure out how, somehow, we know about this place, or so we've never heard of it.
Never heard of it. It doesn't ring a bell. Nothing.
Add item to backpack. Vial of vomit.
Vial of vomit.
White magical vomit.
Yeah.
Guys,
white
I'm
magical
heading back to
vomit.
my place.
I hate you guys.
I'm gonna come back tonight. I'm gonna stay here tonight. I do have a book that I want you to look through tonight for me.
Yeah, I'll come along. You guys good? You guys
Yeah,
need
good.
me?
All good.
Okay.
I'm asleep. Wait,
Okay, you're going. You've gone to bed.
I want to go take a shower because I'm sweaty.
And vomity.
And vomiting.
Okay, you
I
guys have
cleaned
got
you up, remember?
guys have got all
Still
the.
that feeling though.
That's what I'm feeling. Okay, so you guys go. Do you two go back to his house?
So there's two things that I mean. We're at the house.
Okay, I will get to you two just now. You guys go to bed.
I'm walking upstairs, sticking my hands through the holes in my clothes. Yeah, very aggravated. Yeah.
I'll go sleep in the room that's got the hole in the door.
Okay, you go sleep in the room with the hole in the door. The hole has since been fixed, but it's been patched up. Someone took a board and just nailed it. So it's just
I put my eye there.
you cannot.
You can't
The hole was big, but it wasn't that big that you can stick your eyeballs through. But they did just take a plank and just nailed it
It
closed.
was the size of my fist.
It's the size of your fist, and your fist is not terribly large. It's not a very.
It's a monkey fist.
It's, not, it's just it's like a small. I'd say the hole's about that big, so they just took a plank and put it over. But there's definitely like a small draft, like little wind that can eke through there.
I can sleep well.
Anyone want to do anything?
Yeah, so I walk into my room, but I roll up my sleeve and I'm wearing that bracelet. in the form of a dragon with the opals on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at it, pondering whether or not I should be trying to get hold of my patron, because I'm not very impressed with how things ended.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what do you do?
So I go towards the bed and I move all the furniture around, and I actually just sit there peacefully, and I try and summon the patron.
Make a religion check for me.
Ooh.
Let's go.
You can do it.
8.
Oh, it was so close. It was like going on the 20.
Plus
There's the 20. It was going 28,
Ah,
28.
it's chopped. It's chopped.
That is actually, hold on.
Plus 2.
That is not straight.
That is clocked.
That's clocked.
Try again. Try
On
again.
the flat surface.
Flat
that's
surface.
Flat
clocked.
surface.
Yeah.
Try again.
Needs to be
12. Plus
Plus.
2. Plus 2.
What's your history?
Yeah, plus 2.
No, plus 4. Oh, no.
It's plus 2.
religion.
Religion.
2.
Okay, plus 2.
14.
You hold onto your bracelet. You try and immerse yourself into the Feywild, trying to commune with Oberon in a way that you've never really tried hard before. You call out to his name. You don't hear him. You call out to you try and learn about who he is. You try and get the image in your head, and you focus, and the same type of green entity that carried you back from your training, you see him sort of form on you, and he asks, so we meet again. How can I help you?
I need answers. Why is it so important to tell Fina what my history is?
It's a very layered question you ask, and a straightforward answer will not give you what you desire. In my experience, not being truthful, being deceitful, can lead to the end of not only friendships, but of life. Is that truly what you want, Dragonborn?
Fina was never part of the problem.
No, but now you are being problematic. What makes you different than those that betrayed you when you are deceitful? To those who put their trust in you.
Come to Facebook.
And I just sigh and shake my head.
Figure it out. And he disappears. He disappears. He's gone.
I get you the closure you want?
He didn't.
No.
No, exactly.
Talking with Archface.
Exactly.
I wish you did this one.
For every question you ask,
You have 5 other questions. That's how deities work.
I just look at my bracelet going, you suck.
You hear in your head, and you swallow. And he disappears. He's Oberon. He's sassy and he's full of himself. This is his lore. I'm not playing Oberon any different than what he's been read. Just DM to audience. That is how Oberon is.
And out of my chest I bellow this real horrible growl from frustration.
Those in the tavern hear it. It's audible enough.
low, like a lion.
Those who are sleeping, you guys don't hear a thing. Zorbrek doesn't hear a thing. He is sawing wood.
There's enough rumbling coming from my side.
You hear it, by the way. You hear as you're lying there. Sleep is still very difficult for you after everything. Even with your focus, you hear that particular.
I'm just gonna get up, look at the hole in the door, and be like, not another one.
Anyone else in the tavern? Or are you guys going to bed?
No.
Sleep
I just
does
decide-
come much easier to you after your training. You are sore, you are battered, mentally you are drained, physically you are drained, but sleep comes easy to you. Coming back to you two. While that's all happening, you guys go back up, you do the thing, your house comes up, open the door, do you do your normal checks, see everything?
Just make sure everything's okay.
Are you investigating specifically, or are you just
So-
checking?
It's the standard initial checks.
Yeah.
But I want to do a full check on the house in a bit because I want to
Yeah.
do that with asking questions
Yeah.
for him. But I take out the spell book that I got in one of the previous sessions. and I hand it over to James. I'm like, can you make use of this? We can sell it. I think he said there's burning hands in there. There's this guy's false life shield,
Yep.
unseen servant.
Yes.
Which I don't need in my house, but it might be good if we leave.
Yes.
I'm just talking to you exactly like I am now. I don't put on a persona like everyone else. I'm looking like
Yeah, if I look at the spell book,
you use this one.
I'll take it and I'll look at the spells and I check, is it something I can use?
You're not a wizard.
I'm not a wizard.
Not a wizard, so it's not really gonna help you. You can make quite a penny from the book, but it's not. If you have to learn it, you would have to go to someone of higher learning, and you would have to then cross class into sorcerer,
I think we can roll the.
Wizard.
sorcerer, wizard.
I think we can maybe let this go to Vajra or Vola for some money.
Oh, should you do that? I'm not gonna show this to everyone.
And I give it
because
back, yep.
This
Okay.
is, put it back in. Little hidden compartment there. I'm like, okay. I felt like I nearly broke through. I mean, you guys were going through your own stuff and training and everything. You guys came out with blood. I saw you
Really?
without a hand.
Without a hand?
And then it was like a light bulb moment. I'm like looking here. I'm like, was it the left hand that
It's the right hand.
Okay, I'm like, well, your right hand is missing. But you were old. And I really made it
Through back to the fate.
somewhere. I can use face step, sure. But I've never been able to control that. I start here and I end here. Even though that goes like kind of through dimensions, kind of through different planes. What happens between, I don't know. I've never been able to do anything. Somehow I felt that I could break through somewhere. I don't know where. So a lot different than what you guys went through. For me, I'm getting there, James. I'll be able to go pack soon. Maybe not now, but I might see my parents again.
One day. I just find it strange that we go to the Black Tower of Spire, and each and every single one of us are going through a sort of crucible, and it's strange that it's so innately in tune with our inner self. So I find that very strange. But how do they know? How do our let's say patrons just introduce themselves at that point in time? I find it very interesting that it just happens for everybody in one sitting.
Could generally like traumatic things, traumatic experiences sometimes shake things up and unlock things. I've heard of it, but I'm not telling anyone yet about me not being able to go back to Faith properly, and you can kind of see, and I dropped the whole disguise thing. And it's a form that the other guys haven't really seen, but like a full summer form. It's kind of like Super Saiyan, like full on golden hair. Everything is like floating up, golden eyes, golden skin. It is the definition of like going Super Saiyan. That's why I was hiding my hands all the time. I'm like, and this just coming through, but I instantly switch back to my winter form. I'm like, I have more control as well. And I can actually feel it now. I don't have to hold back the whole time.
Yeah, well, I met the guy that, I don't know, gave me a feeling. Like I said,
It was a good feeling.
it's very cold, but
Tentacles.
It was, by the way, it was not a good feeling.
Yeah,
Not.
it's like
It was. It was dark. It was
it's
evil.
Dark. I'll say it's dark energy, but I don't mind it. It's like I
Yeah,
really
no.
don't-
Your
The definition of good
so
and evil to
you-
Faye is
exactly.
different, right?
So for you've known him for years. He's very nonchalant. He's very grey, neutral about everything.
Yeah, I don't care.
But for you, in all of your experiences, you've never felt such an unbelievably cold, evil entity. for you, it's a different experience. You weren't afraid. It's not anything that you haven't been able to deduce. But
I'll say it's not very welcoming, but it's a domineering presence that not overwhelming, domineering, like required. You're required to. You owe me kind of vibe.
I mean, the house sometimes speaks. The house sometimes shows us stuff. I mean, you know this, right? So we can ask. We can see if anything comes up. We can see if there's a book that comes through. This is completely out of my frame of reference. I don't even. I've heard of it.
as you guys are speaking, you hear rumbling outside your house. Violent rumbling.
This is
Your house is shaking. Your house is shaking. You're inside the house. Both of you hear nasty rumbling.
Is this my house or is this coming from outside?
This is coming from outside.
I go to the window. I look out.
You look out the window. You don't see anything.
I go straight onto the balcony that I actually step out of out. It's still in its protected side. Is it coming from around or is it just the house?
It's just the house. Violently shaking. You guys are struggling to stay on your feet. House is violently shaking.
I'm putting everything that I know in what's going on into the house, feeling what's going on.
The house is speaking to you and says outside. That's all it says. Outside.
I go, do I get a feeling in front or back?
He hears this too. You hear in your head, and it's very strange. You've only heard the house every now and then. It's a very soft, faint, angelic voice. And it speaks to both of you, and it says, outside. That's all it says.
Again, my sword's out, cutting. I am going out. Do I get a feeling front of house or back of house?
Front of house.
I am going straight to the front of the house. James, are you following?
Yeah, of course I'm following.
By the way, I have both of my swords, so...
I got the same one.
I know.
3 and a... So, on the D4, it's a 4 and a 3, so I'll take it 7 points.
Ow.
That's fine.
Ow.
Right.
Out. It's
You run, you open the door. James, do you follow right behind?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. As you guys open the front door, you see dark cloaked figure. All black, red tassel right on the front. Long beard just eking out. Eyes red.
Inside of the property or is it on the boundaries?
On the boundary.
I'm already casting Eldritch Blast.
Hold on there.
Casting.
You're casting. You're casting. And you see him hold his hands out. And he speaks to you. He's shaking your house to the foundation. And right on the barrier of your house, you see 1, 2, 3, 4 skeletal arches rise out of the ground. And he speaks to you and says, "For Golgoth." And that's where we'll pick up next
That's
session.
fine. Woo-hoo. That's fine.
That is where we will be picking up
There's
next.
6 more minutes. 5 more minutes. I am still
Okay,
confused.
so, hold on. While that's happening, since we have 5 more minutes, since you want to do that, you guys also hear all 4 of you rambling, thundering around the tavern. What do you do? It is shaking. It's like an earthquake.
I'm running outside.
All of you are immediately woken up.
I'm
all right?
sprinting outside.
You guys sprint outside. You see a dark figure, red tassels on the front of its hood, holding out, casting
Throwing a dot.
something.
Throwing someone
1, 2, 3, 4 skeletal archers in front of you, and you hear "For Golgoth." All of you feel the pain in your left hand as the obsidian one screams out, and a dark entity floats out of your hands above the entity and just smiles at you.
What the?
Question, does that happen inside of my thing or is that the dark?
That comes out of your
Within the perimeter of
within the perimeter of
the house.
your house.
This is my house.
Within your house. And that is where we will take a break. And
Yes.
join us next time, episode 7 for Lords of Magic. It's starting to get serious. Also, everyone will have leveled up by level 3 for the next episode. So all of you go home. Let's get your level 3s up.
I'm gonna roll
We
now.
will be...
Have to roll now.
Yes, we'll roll now.
now.
So if anyone would like to roll for HP, you can do that. We will be back. Is everyone fine with the 18th of March?
But you need to check your.
Everyone needs to check their calendar.
The
If
diamond.
not, it cannot be from the 25th. My wife and I aren't
That
here.
thing.
Yeah, we're not
The
here.
3rd and the 6th, I'm in Zambia now.
Yes. So it either the 11th or the 18th. Otherwise, someone's going to sit out a session.
We should be
18th is
fine.
good.
18th, good.
Yeah.
18th, ma'am. You should be fine. I think your art class is only every.
First weekend of the month.
Okay, 18th. Join us at the 18th of March. Everyone is going to roll for HP now.
So I'd actually automatically...
D20 for your HP. What madness is
12, But I
that?
rolled a 1.
What madness are you rolling D20 for your
For
your
D20.
for your HP? Oh. You get a D12 for your HP.
Yeah,
What
I
the
mean, I rolled a
hell?
1.
Wait, what?
Did you roll a 1? Oh my.
No, if it's a 1, you roll over.
Yeah, if it's a 1, you roll again.
7.
7 HP?
Oh,
Cool.
I have a D10.
Yeah, you have a
Oh,
D10.
no. It's
So
2.
I leveled up, so I actually need to do a few
I haven't
things
got a
that-
one.
Okay,
to
so-
change.
Hold on.
We'll do HP
No,
first,
you only
everyone.
roll one of the hit dice. You only always roll one of the
What
hit
does
dice.
your HP roller say?
You roll one hit
Is it this
per
dice,
level.
ne?
So
One
that
hit
might
dice.
just
One
be
hit
a
dice.
7. 10 or 2D, whatever.
What does your hit dice say?
The hit dice is for when you take a
You want to go...
short rest, and you can use that to roll twice to heal yourself up.
Constitution is 0.
Okay, that's it.
Oh
But
no.
for your actual thing, it's just
Yeah,
one.
so
So
you get 7.
Okay, so you get 7
Yes.
HP straight.
Yeah.
Okay, mom, you get 7 HP straight. At least. What do you roll, my love? I think you roll a D8.
I have no idea.
Okay,
should be. So just check when you go to your level.
Don't know how you
Yeah, look.
Here we go, dude.
If
Yeah.
you look here, you'll look at your character sheet there. So click at the top. There's a cog wheel,
Yes.
and then you go to the bottom one. It should show you your.
Oh, man's character.
I rolled an 8.
Should max hit points and hit dice.
2d8.
So only one d8. You roll a d8, yes.
yeah, you roll 1d8,
Same
so
as
you've
me.
got 7.
Okay.
So
now
you
how
add
do
7
how do I
HP,
add
so
the
you'll
7
you'll
on?
level up there.
Mine's also 2d8.
Manage AP.
So
Yours 2d8.
Yeah, but you
yeah,
only
it
roll
does
one.
do
You only
Always
roll 1.
Only roll one.
it says 2d8 because you're level 2, so it's 2d8. If you're level 3, then
Okay.
that's it. So it's
This-
So it's 1d8.
mine does
roll
it
good.
automatically because it averages out. So
Yes.
I first have to fix that.
Yes.
And then
Like that
go
works.
back.
see which one is the
Thank you.
Okay. No.
A 4.
Okay. I mean, it's 4 HP.
25 HP.
Ugh.
Well, I'm on 21 for a change, not squishy.
So where do I add it again? The
It's
HP.
That one.
it's during your level.
That one.
You got
It's done, it's
next to
got
it.
the
You got to manage up here.
level 3 and
Manage
manage HP.
HP modifier.
Yeah.
All right, we are gonna roll
That's been modified.
off camera, everybody.
Yeah.
That's a 10.
That's a 10.
That's a 10. It's 10
I know
HP.
And I just showed him.
He showed
Okay,
me. He's got 10
because of
HP.
that critical roll dice, you can come out of dice jail. Giving me max
Beautiful.
HP is so important
Not
in
bad,
this
I
fight,
guess.
otherwise I'll be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you would
I'm
be.
on 30 HP now. So
Nice.
I was on this.
What are you on, Zobrek?
I'm 41.
Nice.
Holy cannoli.
He's a tank. He's a tank.
I'm 21.
21,
Better.
25,
25. 29.
29,
30.
30.
I have to redo mine because mine did
Okay,
that
what would
automatically.
what would your HP have been? What were you on?
But I'd already clicked on the level.
No,
up,
I'm
so
saying what were you before? Because you have to add 10. What was your HP before that?
That's what I have to redo because mine just did it automatically.
No, but didn't you know what your HP was?
No, it's 18. Well, it's here, it's 18. Well, 16 rolled plus 2 from my constitution bonus, and I just have to add 10 on top of that. So then
Yeah.
it's
So
28.
what's your
28
28?
maximum.
28.
And then that will mean minus the 7 that I just took. So I'll be
Yes.
on 21.
That's
for the
fine.
next fight.
But you're on
so
28
not better
total.
because I was on 12.
So
Okay, so we must change it to level 3 now.
yes.
Yes.
All right, everyone. That is episode 6. Thank you all so much for watching. They're gonna use their spells and stuff off camera, but we've rolled hit dice, so everyone is now a little bit tankier.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm not so
Plus 3 for
squishy.
constitution now.
everyone is a little bit tankier. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't followed, hit the follow button. It does help out a great deal. Tune in next time. The VOD will be up either later today or tomorrow if you want to catch up. Over on YouTube, youtube.com/RustyPileover. Until then, see you next time.
Oh yeah, and it's already got the minus 7.
I'm still confused though.
What do you confirm?